You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me loose. You make me win in every way. Win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah.
Hey, coffee place is closed. Well, hey there. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Hey, we gotta have coffee. I mean, this is gonna be one of those flights. We need coffee on this one. We have a very big airplane, and we're going to a very small airport. Hop in your airplane. It's time to fly. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you're doing really good. Martell is here. Thanks for coming in. Good job, and Captain Chris. Thank you for stopping by. Loviz is here, and I think Loviz is already at the departure gate and ready to go on this one. Zintas has been a while. Thanks for coming in, Zintas. Yeah, it's still, I try to keep it a little bit energetic and a little bit fun. Manfred, good evening to you. Thank you for stopping by today. Frankie Stat just arrived. Hi, Frankie. Good to see you too. Thank you for coming in. Matt Cat and Inquiring Minds says posture check. Jimmy Boy, thank you for coming in. Actually, the posture is a lot better than it has been. A few weeks ago, I was digging around under my bed trying to find a box, and kind of moved in one of those ways that, you know, people that have gray hair probably shouldn't move in. And needless to say, it took like 2.5 weeks or so before I started feeling back to normal and all. But yeah, so posture check's a little bit better now, but it really was. Oh boy, that the first live stream was definitely one that I was thinking, boy, today would be a great day for Tylenol. Jimmy Boy is here. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Daniel. Daniel says Spy Hat. Eric's here. Viper Strike and Inquiring Minds. I know. Let's get off to a really good start. And we are off to a good start. Thank you for coming in. Okay, we are doing the thing that sim pilots love to do. Well, some sim pilots, not all of them. But what we're going to try and do is take a very, very big airplane into a very, very small airport. I was not the one that came up with this. The first time I ever really saw it was a really good friend, Sibby, from Athens. And the first time I ever really ran into Sibby, this long time ago, when we were all at London City Airport, and all of a sudden a 777 lands at London City Airport. Well, okay, we're going to have to try that, right? And so pretty much big airplanes and small airports is what some of us crazy simmers like to do. And it is an awful lot of fun. Couple of secrets here. First secret is do not load down your airplane. The secret is stopping, okay? So you don't want, I'm carrying a box of Timbits, a couple of coffees, and a 6-pack of beer. I mean, that's it. My load is so incredibly lightweight. My zero fuel weight is 204. I'm at 116. I mean, my cargo, if you look over here at page 2, so I've got no passengers and 0.2. Okay, this is all in kilos, right? So that is secret number 1 to big airplanes and small airports. Secret number 2 is, despite all of our years of training as sim pilots, to go for butter, to land and you know, put butter on the runway, this is not the time to do it. It is put your airplane on the ground and slam on the brakes, okay? And then finally, because we are all on VATSIM, technically, sort of, we are flying an airplane that is considered inappropriate for the airport that we're going to. Again, code of conduct, it's like the Pirates Code. It's more like guidelines as opposed to actual hard rules. But if you're flying with me here on VATSIM, supervisor comes in and says, bad pilots, you know, just disconnect and we'll get out of their way. I don't see any ATC along the way. Skies were ours. Let's rock and roll, country and western, or classical and baroque. It's up to you. We can do that. Speedy Dog Games. This is the TFDI MD11. The TFDI MD11. It's a great airplane. Bonjour, hate rats. Loviz. So Loviz loaded at half full. Oh, and by the way, stuffing a big airplane into a small airport, that's easy. That's child's play. Getting that very big airplane out of the airport, that's even harder, and that's our second flight, by the way. We'll have to figure out where we want to go, but we're departing from Gibraltar What could possibly go wrong there? I mean, seriously, it's pretty cool. It's one of the pricier airplanes if you want to buy all the variants and stuff like that, Speedy Dog Games, but I think it's a really good airplane. It's really good. Plus, this is an airplane that I've always liked. I've always liked the big old DC-10 and MD11. I think it's awesome. Well, you know, you could take the 747. The second time that I ever saw Sibby fly, it was a 747 into Paro. Oh, and by the way, she's a much better sim pilot than I am. She stuck both of the landings, made it look like a pro, so there you go. But it's a good airplane, Speedy Dog Games, and I'm going to go ahead and start powering us up. So let's see, come on over here. That's right, we have taken the 777 on this. That's right, Loviz is right, we did do that. And I don't think anybody was really hurt badly either. Let's get some stairs. We got to have some stairs here. So let's come on over here and we'll get some stairs. They'll roll on over here to the airplane so we can climb up there. I'd like to try the plane one day. I've always liked it. Is. I think it's an epic airplane. It absolutely is. It's very, very big. It's got 3 engines, that engine up on the tail, and all the pilots that have flown this airplane think that it's just an outstanding airplane. They really do. They think it's a great airplane. At least that's what they say on camera on YouTube. Maybe they're, you know, just saying that sort of thing. But it's a cool airplane for sure. And you know, its biggest problem is it's getting old. That's it. So I've already done my flight plan. Let's import the flight plan into this. The charts app in this airplane's not all that great. Let's see. Jim is going to take the A340. Okay, that's like the longest Airbus ever. Four engines on the wings. It's the longest Airbus ever. Loviz has done a flight with the L1011 and the MD11 in Gibraltar this week, and you did both directions. So Loviz did a little practice there. You know, did some recon work for us to see if it'll actually work. Do I take the 306 or the 340? Jim, I think that this is one of those is what is your favorite? That's really what I do. Will we be going to Iceland again? Yeah, there was a Fire and Ice recently. There was another VATSIM event that we weren't able to do Fire and Ice on, but yeah, of course we will. Services will get cargo main and passenger 1L door open. And there's passenger main going up. Code Blue is it next week. So while we were taking a couple of days off on Tuesday and Wednesday, AnyBuilds put out a video about the A220. Some parts of the video were pretty good. There was one guy that was doing part of the video, and he needs to, you know, not consume as many Red Bulls before doing a video. But other than that, you know, I'm looking forward to it. So Code Blue, it's going to be next week. Would the 757 work on this? I'm sure it would. Speedy Dragons likes Iceland. Yeah, it's a good place to go. We could probably do a really nice. We could do a nice CRJ flight. Okay, let's check our throttles, make sure they work. I've got individual control of the center engine. We need that. Sunjammer jamming on in. Code Blue, so AnyBuilds posted not only the video, but did they say it's going to come out next week, Code Blue? So next week, we've got the AnyBuilds A220 coming out. So let's see, we've got posture check and spy hat. I'm going to do a stretch instead. Good to see you, Sunjammer. Loviz says maybe this week. Okay, so, this week or next week. Anybody got any idea of how much we need, how many pizzas we have to give up to be able to buy that airplane? All right, all of this looks really good. I haven't heard a price yet. All right, it's time to turn the airplane on. So this airplane, we come all the way up here. And, Eagle Eye, we haven't heard the price yet. Okay. Well, I think we've all been watching the airplane, and I think it looks really good. So, Loviz says next week now too. Okay, Loviz says next week.
Autopilot.
Betty, hi Betty. Thank you for flying with us today. See if Betty's not scared. Oh, it's going to release on the marketplace first? So Tuesday if it's the marketplace. Okay. So Tuesday if it's the marketplace. Well, that'd be nice. I could probably get a cold and dark video out, especially for those that don't want to watch an over-caffeinated, cold, semi-cold and dark video. No smoking. That looks really good. Hi, Michael. Thanks for coming by. Cracker is here. Cracker did a resub, and Cracker's been here for 8 months. Hey, Cracker. Thanks for always being in. Welcome on in. Thanks for stopping by today. Okay, airplanes coming alive here. Airplanes coming alive here. Let's come on down. And we're going to do flight management computer. And navigation database is good. Horatio is back with a nice resub. Let me turn the alerts on. Horatio McSherry, thank you for your resub. Wow, today's a really nice resub day. Thank you for a 10-month resub, Horatio. Sibby's been here for 84 months. Cracker's been here for 8 months. And Horatio's been here for 10 months. Thank you for coming on in. Yeah, that's what you were supposed to do with their last release. I think I had the link to do it, but I think I forgot to do that with the last one. I think that was what, the L1011 that you could transfer back in there? Yeah, I think I forgot to do that. Thank you for helping me to keep the jet fuel going and my silly little world going on. I could not do this without you. And thank you for helping me to keep this thing working here. Okay, let's see here. All right, so we're going to do from to. I was going to try and do this airplane without just downloading it in. Let's do from to. So LEIB to LXGB. LEIB to LXGB. I've been trying to do this a lot more lately because, I'm starting to hear, and maybe this is just me and I'm paranoid, I don't know, but I'm hearing more on VATSIM controllers saying, Air Berlin 441, advise ready to copy, we have a reroute. Okay? I'm hearing people are getting more reroutes these days, and because of that, I think it's more important than ever before that you know how to plug in a flight plan manually, especially if you're going to have to do a reroute. So I've been trying to do this, manually plug in more flight plans. LEMG. LEMG. That is our alternate. All right, we are Lufthansa Cargo, so that's GEC, flight 441. All right, now then we come on up to the top and keep an eye also on the cargo fire. When you turn on nav 1, it runs a cargo fire test for you. And then after you do that one, you can do nav 2, and then you can do aux. And then usually about now, I'll come over here and I will arm the emergency power. Acid.com and Paul have arrived. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. I hope you had a good Tuesday and Wednesday. We're getting going. Sleeveless Joe is back. Practicing, well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing is diversions. I think that being ready to divert, especially as some of the events are getting more and more busy, I think it's kind of important to be ready to divert. Cruise level, SimBrief's got me going all the way up to flight level 410. Seems a little high, but okay, whatever. Our cost index today is going to be 67. And there we go. Okay, so that looks really good. Now we can come on over here and we go to payload. Now payload, this is different. This is what I'll basically go ahead and do the automatic thing. So on the dispatch tab, you said see where it says send flight plan to FMC. I'm trying not to hit that button. That being said, when it says send payload and fuel, I will do that. I will go ahead and do that. Because, the pilot's not, the pilot's going to look at the payload and fuel, but they're not going to actually put the gas in the plane, right? So our zero fuel weight is 116.7. Page 2. And 116.7. 0 fuel weight. Our flight plan says I need 15,289 pounds of fuel. And then what we do is we come over and look at the gas gauge. And you see the gas gauge says 15.3. Alalu, question for chat from Alalu. Wants to buy the 777. Any preference on the option? Hey, O-Dreams, welcome aboard. And Tim Dog's here. Hi, Tim Dog. I think that the best thing about the 777, the thing that I see people like the most, is the cargo version. I think more people are flying the cargo version or the 200 ER as opposed to the 300. I think that that's the one that people are really jazzed about. Yeah, the 777-200. Lovis is right. Irvi, prefer the freighter. Sunjammer, though, is going to be flying, but you're going to take the Black Square aircraft. I had them dropping out of the sky. Oh, really? Annie's here. Welcome aboard, Annie. And Tim Dog agrees. The 200 ER. So there you go. So 15.3 is block fuel. 15.3 is our block fuel. And then you can only get takeoff center of gravity. I don't know where to find the flight center of gravity, so it's 14.3 is our center of gravity right now. You can just click center of gravity and it will take care of it for you. But it's 14.3 for takeoff, and for the basic flight, it's 11.7. And so there we go. Mr. Jazz has arrived. Mr. Jazz, I hope you've had a jazzy Tuesday and Wednesday. Yes, after, I think it's like 90 days or something. After 90 days, so like if you bought the L1011 on the marketplace, it's now available in the Any Manager. And if you bought it in the marketplace, you could transfer it over and then go and maintain it through the Any Builds Manager. And I think it's 90 days. I could be wrong. It has been known to happen before. Mr. Jazz, yeah, we're MD11ing. This is actually, I don't fly it that often. This is a favorite airplane. They did a good job on this. 15.3, that is our block fuel. And we're going to use that as our refueling number 2. So 15.3, and that's good. Now we're going to go and do F plan. And you see my flight plan is basically empty. So we'll come on over here. Loviz says, yes, you can indeed transfer it. And Copper.new is back. Hi, Copper. Copper News says you can indeed transfer it into the Any Manager. So really, one of the things that I ought to do, I should probably go in and transfer my L1011. I should do that. It's apparently not that hard to do. Copper, good to see you. Thanks for coming back in. The only place to fly in the zero fuel weight is in the EFB. It involves a calculation. What? Sleeveless Joe, yeah, you have to do math? Thanks for, okay, so you got to do math to get it out of the EFB. Gotcha. Okay. It's good to know that it's somewhere, but it's also nice that we could just click it. Just go to the Any Builds forum and they have instructions. If you're going to the forum, is it like a Roman forum? Do we have to wear a toga? Toga. I believe the MD and the A340-600 are. I think that this has really gotten good. I think that the 777 from PMDG is a good heavy as well. But I mean, I would put those 3 airplanes together at the top of my list. Tim Dog, yeah, no math. We're here to have fun. Okay, let's go ahead and plug this in. Baver, B-A-V-E-R. So we're going to go and plug in our flight plan. B-A-V-E-R, Baver. So put that in right here at the top. Now then, we have an airway. So we're going to go and click this and click airway. And our airway is going to be the Mike 603. Mike 603 is the airway. And the Mike 603 takes us to ALT. Now we're done with airways, so we have to go out of airway. After Alt, we're going to restu, R-E-S-T-U, R-E-S-T-U, restu, put it right under Alt. Now then, after restu, we're going to be in another airway, so we have to click restu, click airways, and it's the November 851. November 851. Not allowed. Oh, November 851 is over here. November 851. You have to put it over here. Then after November 851, we're going to MGA. MGA. After MGA, we got another airway. It's the mic 985. Mic 985. And that's over there. And that takes us to PIMOS. P-I-M-O-S. P-I-M-O-S. And that is the end of our flight plan. That's it. That's how easy it is to plug this stuff in. So we insert that, and the flight plan's in there. It's probably best to keep the throttles to idle and not toga inside the form. Okay, I will do that, which is good. I don't look good in a sheet anyway. Irvy, dude in the A220, yeah, he was full toga, wasn't he? I don't want to be mean. The last thing I want to be mean, look, this guy's probably a developer. He may be a pilot. He probably knows the airplane inside and out. Doesn't mean that he knows how to do a video that mere mortals are going to be able to use, at least not without, consuming a couple of Red Bulls of your own just to keep up. There is a trick with the airways. If you're going from an airway to another, just put in the next airway and it will assume the waypoint. Really? Boy, that seems an awful lot like assuming, but I'm going to give that a try, Sleeveless Joe. That's really cool. Happy Thursday, Martin. Tim Dog is on a 20-stream streak right now, so the streaking has already begun. Oh, was it a slammer landing? I'm afraid that I don't want to be mean. 3 cheers. I'm glad they did the video, but I kind of had to tune out. Okay, all of this looks good. So progress, and let's come on up here and let's get ready to do our departure and arrival. First things first, let's see if there's ATC. SimBrief said runway 6 for departure, 27 to come on in, right? So let's do LEIB and our SID. It's going to be runway 6. It's going to be the Beaver 5 Romeo departure. And insert it. Happy Thursday, Martin. Good to see you. Annie, the A350-1000 ULR project is currently doing a test flight from Toulouse to Melbourne. Is that a real-world flight there? Irish Wheels. I signed up for it. I got an email over in. Are we on runway 24? Annie, that's real-world flight, really. So it's runway 24 right now? Yeah, it looks like runway 24. Okay, let's do runway 24. It's easy to do. Click it. SID. Runway 24. And it's going to be Beaver 5 Echo, I'm guessing, but let's just make sure. Irish Wheels. I filled out their initial form when they announced that there was a beta, but I don't have EFBX yet. I still have to deal with a legal technicality thing, and I kind of take those seriously, so I've got to read it. And I did, and I was a total slacker for the weekend. Total slacker for the weekend. I cleaned some stuff. I made some food. I took a bunch of naps. Okay, so it's going to be the 5 Echo. I think that they sent me a nice email, and I do intend to reply to it. I just haven't yet. I really did need to just tune out. I kept except for watching another episode. So I've got Strange New Worlds on iTunes, and I've made it almost halfway through the second season. I haven't seen the whole thing yet, and I'm trying to really go slow because I know it's over after what, the third or fourth season, so it's almost going to be over. And I just saw the episode, which was a crossover episode with Lower Decks. I'd never seen Lower Decks before, and so if you know about Strange New Worlds, you know that. So, you know, some people from Lower Decks ended up aboard Captain Pike's starship, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I loved every minute of it. Okay, so all of this is looking good. Let's see. Let's do a few things. I'm going to hit the hydraulic button here, and we're going to come over and make sure hydraulics are up. They are. I'm going to come all the way up here, and we're going to do the hydraulic pressure test. Let's get that going while we're doing this. Lufthansa flight to Toulouse. Lufthansa 2222 to Toulouse. You know, yeah, that's a tongue twister. I would actually try and figure out a way. But yeah, I mean, you know, EFBX, that's the Katie Pilot project. No way I would not want to be a part of that. I just have to go through I have to cross some T's and dot some I's. Okay, our arrival is going to be runway 27, and there is none. Okay, minimum profile. I think that this is another word for minimums. I may be totally wrong here, okay? Might be totally wrong here, but the way that I view that is I'm going to put in 920. I could be wrong. So there's 920 and insert. And you get another insert. Got to do it twice after that. Okay, looking good. Now then, one of the things is I would really like to do a fix here. I would really like to do a fix. So, what I really want to do is RW27. Let's see if we can do it that way. RW27. Will that do it? Will that give us a fix? Hey, look at that. RW2. Oh. Duplicate names. 304 miles, 197, 370. How long is this flight? It's 456. That's not it. Okay, let's try LXGB. Okay, here we go. Now then, I would like to do... So there's brackets and there's dashes. Brackets. I'll bet that's 5 miles. 5 miles. And I'd like to do a heading if possible. And I bet we have to do it reciprocally. So let's come on down here. And it's 088. 088. Okay, that's not it. Okay, let's try 10. Let's just try 10 miles. Hey, there's 10 miles. Let's try 20. Let's do another one. Let's clear that one. Format error. Let's try 05 and put that on top of 10 miles. Let's try 10 miles. Oh, wait a minute. That's 3 numbers. Let's try 088. Clear. 088/5. Okay, that's not it. All right, I think I'm making just a big mess here. I think I'm just making a big mess here. We will learn fixes another day. Let's see. I will be going over to Twitch to talk about your son in the pool. Okay. I bet you're going to make a real splash with that, Sleeveless Joe. Happy Thursday. Espresso Kate's in town. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. All right. I don't think that's what I don't think that that's right. Let's go and depart, and we'll figure out something else. Close the doors. Let's see. Hydraulic pressure test is good. Let's do fires. Fire check's good.
Engine 1, fire. Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire.
All right, Betty did the fire test, and I guess we're all fired up for the flight now, right? I'm going to hit the APU button. APU power. Hi, Lukey Aviation. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Kate, how are you surviving the wildfire smoke in Winterpeg? Are you still able to breathe, or have they started issuing oxygen tanks for people going outside? I know it's really bad there. So I hope that you're surviving it well, and everybody's as safe as they can be around a big bad fire. They're very scary. I'm going to go ahead and squawk 0007. And let's go 122.8. 122.8. See you, Jim. Are you taking off? We'll see. I'm about ready to... actually, this is a taxi out spot. This is a taxi out. All right. I'm going to go ahead and GSX. I'm going to operate my stairs. Let's see. See you in LXGB. Kate says it's not that bad. There's more in northern Ontario. Sometimes with the wind you get a bit of it, but it's not as bad as in Toronto. I would imagine, yeah, Toronto's probably really pretty bad too. All right. And let's come on over here. And I don't need terrain. And so I do turn those off. Initial climb clearance, should ATC pop online, is going to be 4,000 feet. So 4,000 feet. That looks good. Let's see here. Our runway heading is going to be... Okay, it's 242, which is, I believe, right off the runway. 241. So 241 is our heading. 241. There we go. Let's do, always funny to hear a non-Canadian say Toronto. Yeah, sadly, I am not a Maple Leaf, but I have had real Timbits before. So I think that makes me honorable, right? All right, APU is on and available. Let's get the bleed on. So the bleed's on up here. Whoops. So hit APU on the pneumatics panel. And we can come up here and turn off external power. External power is off. Cabin signs going on. Cabin signs are going on. And we had to turn on the bacon. And we're going to disconnect ground power. And parking brakes. Push the brakes in. And then turn on the brakes that way. Always welcome. That's right. If you've had Timbits, you get to be an honorary Canadian. All right, we've cleared all moorings there. Now we'll do takeoff perf real fast. Hi, Modding Unlimited. I'm still doing coffee cheers, but coffee cheers. All right, takeoff weight. Let's get our takeoff weight. It is a very heavy subject. Optimum flaps, packs are going to be off, and calculate. All right, it's going to be flaps 10. So we got to come over here to dial a flap and do flaps 10. And dial a flap is set to flaps 10. So let's see, we are going to be departing. Let's do takeoff and approach. All right, so first thing is flex and flaps. So flex is 59 and flaps are 10. 59 degrees, flaps are going to be 10. Now then, we have to put some runway information in. So our runway length is going to be, there's 0 slope, and there's a minus 8 knot tailwind. So it's going to be 0.0 slash minus 8. 0.0 slash minus 8. That goes there. Our outside air temperature is 30 degrees. Don't forget the C to tell it it's Celsius. And then we check our V speeds. 135, 135, 168. 135, 135, it's at 168. Sometimes you have to correct it. 168. And I think we're ready to go. Irish Wheels likes say intentions. You tried it last night. You found out you can get a full CPDLC integration and PDC clearances. That's pretty cool. I think it's really good, especially if you are just learning. If you're just learning, I think it's great. Okay, airports, data traffic, looking good. We're not going to need GSX to push us back. Let's turn on. Everything's good to go up here. We need to do ignition A. Ignition A is on. Beacon is flashing. It's time to start some engines. Ready to go? So this airplane, you start engine number 3 first. So you lift the lever. The light goes on. Look over here. You look at the N2, announce engine 3 starts. The manual says 20%, but Inga from Lufthansa Cargo was starting it at 17 to 18%. And then you just turn on the fuel. Modding Unlimited says 10 bits. Hey, thank you for 10 nice bits today, Modding Unlimited. And always putting in a beer cheers. I think the developers have been doing such a good job on making the airport usable, the airplane better and better every time. Really enjoyed it. All right, everything looks good there. Oil is good, everything else is great. So, next engine. Lift the lever, the light goes on. Look over here, engine number 1 starts. Oil on 3 is doing good. Espresso Kate, we're gonna try and depart out of here. Because taking a big airplane into a small airport is actually pretty easy. The hard part is departing. The hard part is departing. Oh, the song. I always forget the 340 climbs like a rock. Yes, it's very big. Yeah, next is flight. I've actually would love to try and find a better music playlist manager for the stuff that I'm getting, but let's see. Weather at Ibiza. Altimeter's 1013. Altimeter's checked and set. And last engine, the one up in the tail. So, Engine number 2 starts. And 17%. Sunjammer has departed the scene of the crime and is firewalling the engines to try and make the Turbo Duke fail. 15, 16, 17, and fuel. And our big old MD11 is ready to go. So you might say that Sunjammer has decided to duke it out with the Duke. I know, that was weak. I get it. It was weak. Hey, I'm just getting started this week, okay? Okay, we can turn off the APU bleed. That will shut down the APU automatically. Let's see, our trim, stabilizer trim. I'm going to take a stab at figuring out my stabilizer trim. And that's 8.4. Flaps. Flaps are 10. Auto brakes to takeoff. Speed brakes are armed. Taxi light is going on. I think I've got a new button for taxi lights, don't I? Nope, I guess I didn't save it. So taxi lights. Taxi lights are on. Let's go. Lock the chair in. Parking brakes off. All 3 engines go up until you get the airplane rolling. Now you might need to leave them up a little bit. But then as soon as you get going on a straightaway, you just taxi on the middle engine in the middle. Uh, 2001 is nearly 60 years old. It does have an incredibly good look, doesn't it? I mean, it does. It has a great look. And it's a lot of it still holds up. I mean, some of the spaceship movement is a little bit off, but I don't think it's really all that bad. And yeah, you know, also I kind of know the way that they did it, so all right, look over here. Anybody coming? Nope, nobody coming there. Radios are on. Katie Pilot app is engaged. And we're all coming down here. Hi, Maudie. Thanks for coming by. And Andre is in chat. Hi, Andre. No, I was in a taxi out stand. There are some stands out there that are taxi out. Okay, out we go. Let's see. We're going to arm nav and profile. Armed. Nav and profile are armed. I see somebody's taking off. Dead game time. I have got a big cargo plane, but I only have a crate of lemons. Because that's what Sibby flies when she's doing these kinds of flights. So I have a crate of lemons. I also have a thermos of coffee and a 6-pack of Guinness. And no passengers. In other words, there is nothing in this airplane. It is extremely light, and hopefully going to be very easy for us to stop before we end up swimming with the fishies. Actually, I needed some lemonade for my tea for after I'm finished with the coffee. I don't know that the DC-10 is a dangerous plane so far. Well, like all new airplanes that were in development, early years were difficult years. Now, yeah, this airplane had some trouble. Guess what? A lot of airplanes had some trouble. And, you know, we live in a different world today. You know, the 747 had some trouble. We've learned a lot about commercial aviation over the years. Okay, minimum takeoff fuel is 13,600. I'm at 15. I got a ton of fuel.
We're clear from my Q4 last call. Yeah.
Hi, Ministry. Ibiza traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441s, big old MD11 taxiing on to runway 27 and departing on the Baver departure. Ibiza. B-Boy Gamer. Did I say your name right? Hi, B-Boy Gamer. Welcome aboard. We're just getting out the gate here. And extend the landing lights, turn on the strobes, and away we go. Keeping the airplane rolling down the road is sometimes hard. This is not a thrust idle taxi airplane. Also, the thing to remember about the big old MD11 is you're sitting about a mile ahead of your nose wheel. Oh, Andre, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to see a lot of that. Zerophod, good to see you. B-Boy Gamer, thanks for coming in. And it's almost time to go. Landing lights on. EAD checklist is green. Throttles up halfway. Throttles are stable. Go up to the next level and it's the auto throttle. Drive clamp. Yep, got it. One and rotate. I missed a little chat here. I'd forgotten about this airplane.
Altitude.
Flaps 1.
Stabilizer motion.
Betty is still aboard. You thought Betty was talking in your airplane?
Stabilizer
Slats
motion.
retract. After takeoff items, off, off. Ibiza traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, clear of runway 27, departing to the west. Happy landings, Ibiza. I missed a little chat in there earlier. Sorry about that. We were taking off. Gear cam's pretty cool, isn't it, Dad? Game time. I like that one a lot. Okay, come on over here. Redo dial a flap back to 15. Somebody forgot to turn on his transponder. Shh, don't tell anybody. Feet landing lights. Man, I am rusty in this airplane for sure. Taxi light. Seatbelts to auto. There's nobody back there anyway. I didn't see anything. Nope, didn't see anything at all. Well, Betty should be talking in the L1011. Betty should be there. If you don't know who Betty is the automated voice in the McDonnell Douglas airplanes. There were several different Bettys. There were several different people who recorded the voice. Ironically, none of them were named Betty. Pierre would not be happy with me. Hello, Mad Noob. Welcome aboard. Dad, game time. I forgot a spy hat. That's probably why it was such a rough departure. I haven't been in this in a while, too. It has been a while since I've been in this airplane. Well, it's also a little bit warm here. I mean, it's not super hot. It's going to be hot. We're expecting 110, maybe 110 degrees Fahrenheit on Saturday. And sometimes the AC falls a little bit behind because I don't keep it. I could turn it up sooner in the day. And I will tell you, this is a wonderful hat. This is a wonderful hat in the wintertime. Not so good in the summer, but it's not meant to breathe. 16,000 feet. I'm gonna do standard altimeters. Just get them taken care of now while we're climbing out. It's 100 degrees where Mad Noob is. Yeah, we got some high pressure digging in over the U.S. It is going to be a miserable weekend in a lot of places. It's going to be a miserably hot weekend. This airplane does have full CPDLC. This is a great airplane for Frankfurt Friday. Although there isn't a Frankfurt Friday listed on the calendar, but I did notice that there is a ATC test going on in both Luxembourg and Toulouse. So I've got a city pair for our first flight out Friday between Luxembourg and Toulouse. I figure we could help out those controllers because, hey, there's nothing Toulouse about that. And you just knew the Toulouse joke was coming, right? You knew it. It was going to happen. Mad Noob would like, yeah. NASCAR is in Oshkosh right now. IE SoCal, there's actually a command for that. Ministry. My parents are in the U.S. road tripping from Denver to Vancouver. They brought you a jersey from your favorite NHL team. Really? What's your favorite team, Ministry? You can tell us. You can do that. Starflies is here.
Spy is just so punny.
Hi, Starflies. Cool to see you. It was great to see your live stream the other day. It's like catching up with a friend from way back. He's so cool. I hope all is well in your world, that you're getting to do some real world flying and all sorts of other cool things that you get to do. And today we're being crazy and reckless sim pilots. We're trying to take a very big airplane into a very small airport. A very small airport. And Ministry, it's the abs. Did a flight, Diamond Mike went from Baltimore to Manchester in the iFly Max. It's a good airplane. That's going to be when we stop being crazy and reckless, our airplane today. That's the one that we're going to fly. We've got, today is Thursdays in Mexico, or I think it's called Visit Mexico. I've got Houston penciled in. Maybe we don't want to fly that far, or we can take off from someplace further south. But Mexico City's going to be up later on today, and that's always fun. And there's about 80 miles. I like to pop that in. So it sounds, Ministry, like you got a really, really cool jersey. And you know, you know, when you're a fan of a team like that and you're having a good time, you know, having something, you know, having their jersey or other stuff. We need to tell Mad Noob, we need to tell NASCAR to jump in front of the green dot and wave their arms and say hi, right? Mighty Morph just came in. Hi, Mighty Morph. Welcome aboard. The Penguin looks really cool, Dad. Game time. There is a Boeing 777-200 Classic Aero Mexico livery in the PMDG if you want a max break. Actually, I just kind of like the max. I don't feel like, maybe I do. Maybe I'm flying the same airplanes, but I'm kind of getting a little bit better at them. So I'm proceeding from the practice makes perfect kind of a thing. I don't know, maybe that's not true, but I'm going to go with practice makes perfect. There is an Airbus factory in Toulouse. We might need to take an Airbus in there. I'm just, you know, a Boeing. I think that the only time you get to cross the streams like that is in an in-flight emergency, when my A350 had a WASM crash and we had to land at Boeing Field because it wouldn't stop at SeaTac. I thought it was really good. The thing for me, and I understand what you're saying, Irvi, about the old EFB. The new one makes it like just a pleasure to fly. It really is a pleasure. It is little things like that in life. It absolutely is. I mean, for me, in a silly, crazy kind of way, I will tell you that one of the things that I like is being able to fly in a Lufthansa Cargo sim airplane. It brings the flight simulator a little bit to life for me. And I kind of like that. 38,000 feet. We are 314 miles from Gibraltar. We will be landing, I think, at about 1945. We will have 8,700 kilos of fuel. Hey, Rich, welcome aboard. We're just getting going. We also should probably try and figure out where we might want to go for our departure. There is some ATC in Portugal. So let's see. Porto is up right now. There's also a little ATC at LPPT. So once we get to Gibraltar, we could do continuing service up to Porto. There's a little bit back here, Palma de Mallorca, so we could go back the other way. I don't see anything at Gibraltar. LPMA is nice, but boy, that's an awful lot of ocean to go over. It gets a little bit boring flying over the ocean like that. That being said, there's really, those islands are kind of cool to fly around. And let's see, Toulouse is up. That's kind of a long one too. Tango, welcome aboard. So far, so good. Tango is doing Singapore to Kennedy, and you have 7 hours and 30 minutes of flying left to do. Tango, I hope you brought all of the Lord of the Rings movies, and you know, maybe some extra food and coffee. So, you know, you're all set with those. So that might be nice. I don't have any scenery. At least I don't think so. I might have to go in and out if for Porto. Oh, Dream says Rabat has a nice scenery. Tango also brought the Hobbit movies, beef jerky, and double espressos. Okay, you're covered. You're covered as long as you can take 10 minutes away from the airplane when you have to, you know, recycle some of those double espressos. And there's 41,000 feet. We are 156 miles from top of descent. We do have a non-directional beacon that we could use. Yeah, I know, there is full ATC, so after we do our crazy little landing, we could have some ATC going in if we wanted to. Inquiring Mind is back. Welcome back in, Inquiring Mind. It's a TACAN 113.6. You realize I would love to make a tacky comment right now, but I might get canned.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Speednut, thank you for a really, really nice resub. Is flying Route 66 today. Hey Speednut, thank you for a 66-month streak. Thanks for helping me to keep all this silly stuff going on. I hope your flight is going fun and you're having a good time with it. Route 66 might be a fun one for us to do someday. So let's see. Nope, that's not it. I wanted this one. LXGB 113.6. I wonder if it's gonna auto-tune me in there. I wonder if it's gonna auto-tune in. Okay, so for our descent, for the descent to come on in here, on the arrival, it says 11,000, I'm guessing, maybe. But over here on the arrival, it's 1,520 feet. So past few days, I've been looking at Dogecoin virtual currency. I want to buy 15 euros, but I'm not quite sure yet. Obviously, I haven't. I have not done anything with that. I think there is a part of that world that is insanely dodgy right now. I mean, really dodgy. And I'd hate to see you get ripped off of in any way. Maybe there's a part of it that isn't, but right now, it's just, and there's people that are going and they're doing some really, really nasty things in that world. So they'll go and they'll put out this thing that looks really, really good. They've gone and they've pre-invested in it. They get a whole bunch of people to join in, and then they dump it all so that they make a ton of money and everybody else gets screwed. So there's a lot of that going on, Tango, and I kind of, if you want to just do a little bit of playing around and stuff, but people get really hooked into that sort of thing, and it costs them everything. Mad Noob says that Independence 1 is about ready to take off from Oshkosh. So it was just there for the weekend, and now it's got to go back and be an airliner. Well, I think back in 2009, maybe that's true, but today it's very different. So yeah, Mad Noob, it's probably they were able to keep it there for the weekend, but a big $1 million, gazillion dollar airplane like that airplane probably needs to get back in the sky and making money for Mr. Southwest. The charts app on this one is kind of okay. It's not that good. So that's why I'm not using this one. I gotta tell you, their EFB has gotten a lot better though. It used to be kind of dodgy and twitchy and stuff like that, but it's a lot better. The airplane manages its descents and stuff fairly good. So it said over on our chart, I'm going to let it go down to 3,500. That's probably a good start. Hey, Loviz, they had the Delta Olympic A350 Livery 2. Wolfie got a picture in the captain's seat. Really? So the A350, the Delta Olympics was there too. No kidding. Always cool. I think that Wolfie posted it over on Discord, Spy Discord, and said had to wait in a pretty long line to make it work out, but it did. Have I done this before? Yeah, I'm just really, really rusty with it right now. I'm really, really rusty. Very rusty with this airplane. This is one of those airplanes that you kind of have to fly them all really, really regularly. Otherwise, you forget stuff. Lofter, yes, we have, and it works pretty good, Lofter. Lofter, it works perfectly. Speedy, it is fun doing cargo. Cargo's a little different from airline operations, and it is a good time. So, looks like maybe they're starting to go to sleep in Portugal now. It's not Friday, so some of those controllers probably have to get up and go to work tomorrow morning. Little bit in Germany, a little bit in the UK, Sweden, Finland, Norway's up.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
It is
granted.
already Friday. Let the
Loyalty
celebration
rate.
begin. It's Friday right now for Espresso Kate. Any fun plans for the weekend? Spain did have a big victory. Yes, I think there are still people probably celebrating. Now it's behind your desk and you can't find it. Irvy, those things happen. Those things happen. It's actually why I keep my desk several feet out from the wall here at SPY HQ. That way, and it's easier for me to vacuum behind it there because it can get kind of dusty back there. Hey, Blue Flamingo. I'm getting ready to try and do a straw poll for where we might want to go next. Spelling is hard today. I'm trying to choose just some airports in the area here. Some of them have ATC, some of them don't. All right. Here's a couple of options for where we might go. I'll put a link into chat. You can use this link on both Twitch and YouTube. It is straw poll. It's free. You can also track the results of the straw poll too. So you can show the results. So where should we go from Gibraltar? Back to Ibiza, up to Porto, although it looks like they're starting to go offline. We can go down to Casablanca. We could go over to Palma de Mallorca. So those are some places that we could go. All right, how we doing? Top of descent's coming up. Looks like about 60 miles. Yeah, we're going to need to have some spacing. I haven't looked at that yet. We all have to backtrack. It was behind one of your rudder pedals. Boy, it's a good thing that you don't have a co-pilot like Buster, because Buster monitors the co-pilots in pedals in Loviz's cockpit, And you know what? That could have been a snack. You know what could have been even worse, though, is if you didn't find it and you were walking around in the middle of the night without any shoes. I'll bet an escape button is about like stepping on a Lego. Could be very painful. I may need to. Looks like you're voting for Casablanca. That means everybody's got to do their Humphrey Bogart impressions on the radio. And of course, the cool thing is if you're over on Twitch, we have a very special emote from Casablanca. All right, GMMN. Oh, I thought I had an airport. Okay, I guess I don't. Maybe I've got it loaded in. Nope. Okay, well, I thought I had one. So here's who's winning. Casablanca's got 6 votes. Ibiza has 3. Porto has 3. Palma de Mallorca has 2. Lovis says there is a custom scenery. Is that over a payware in the marketplace, or is that one of the really nice defaults scenery that comes with the sim? It's a freeware. Over at the TO, maybe? It's from Asobo. Okay, so that means we don't have to go to the TO to get it. Well, that's pretty good. Looks like Casablanca's winning. I'm shocked. Shocked to see that there might be gambling on this flight. 39 miles top of descent. Okay, so that means we don't even have to reload. It should automatically download, right? We should probably take a look. Okay, so I think we're really pretty good here. It looks like there's a big win on this one now. So Casablanca's got 10. The nearest has 4. I don't even think we really need to do a big countdown on this one. It's off to Casablanca. GMMN. I'll put that in the next command. Mad Noob has got to jump away for a while. See you in a little bit. And then Houston to Mexico City, unless we decide on another departure point. All right, I just updated the next command. So the next command is available. Is it a payware through the marketplace, Loviz? Okay, so I got that done. So Gibraltar, Casablanca, Houston, and Mexico City. Let's go to our favorite place to figure these things out. FSA, FS add-on compare, GMMN, Casablanca from PeelSoft. We've got it from the marketplace, Sim Market, Any Builds, or the TO. May have it from Sim Market. Because we've been here before. sim market. They want me to log in. Hang on. All right, let's see here. GMMN. Yeah, I do have it from PeelSoft. But I don't think that I've got it downloaded or putting in. This is a 2020 scenery. Okay, almost time to descend. $13 miles to go. Okay, the airplane is set. And it should auto descend us. It's a pretty smart airplane. Low-vis is on a very long final. That is actually a really good secret on these big airplanes and small airports kinds of things. It really is. The longer you go, the better it'll be. Just trying to get Casablanca. I'll probably have to restart the sim on this one since I'm putting it in later. But that shouldn't take too long. Let's see. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Community folder. And good. I hope. And did we descend? We didn't. I forgot to hit the profile button. But we caught it in time. All right, so we've started our descent. Down we go. It's going to be a nice sunset arrival, too. Let's see if it actually did that, just to make sure. 2024 community. Looks like it's in there. All right, good to go. But we'll have to restart. All right, let's see. One of the things that we're a little bit bunched up here, right? Actually, our spacing looks pretty good. Iberia Flight 1980 and also Virgin 820 are a little close. German Cargo 324 is in good shape. There is an Iberia 657 a little close behind me, but other than that, our spacing looks relatively decent. Looks pretty good. Krebby, I'm Kebby, not Krebby. Kebby, welcome back in. Good to be back. Thank you for coming by today. All right, how are we doing? Our descent looks relatively good. I think it's descending a little faster, though, than it should. But let's see, no ATC. So if we go to airports and we go to Gibraltar and weather, winds are 220 at 12. 220 at 12. The altimeter is 1013. Eagle Eye is holding. So you're going to do the hold. Okay. Seatbelts. Even though nobody's back there. Nudis is here. Nudis, welcome aboard. I don't know if it's a hard K or a soft or silent K, but welcome on in. You've got a few extra sheep, I guess. That's pretty good. Because it's not easy to win sheep. Takeoff and approach. I usually do flaps 35, so VAP is going to be right around 136, maybe a little bit more than that. Always good to add maybe a knot or two, especially on the old airplanes. Inga and Claudia both added 1 knot. So if they said landing was 136, they plus 1 is 137. So they always added an extra one in there. So let's see. I'm guessing the prudent thing to do here is auto brakes max. Just thinking that might be the good idea. Hey, look at that. Low vis got a minus 505. But the most important part, did you run off the end of the runway? That is the test. That's the test here. Did you run off the end of the runway? I'm going to stop at 5. I think we're a little low on this arrival. The Jokester has arrived. Welcome on in. We are being relatively safe right now. Yeah, this thing descended us a little bit too fast. I saw that hill coming up there and I thought, you know, that hill is getting a little bit big. We ought to watch out for that. Loviz said, yeah, that's right. The tendency on these things is also to go too slow, and the airplane still needs a little bit of speed, right? Still needs a little speed there. Hate Rats, welcome aboard. Do you believe in what? Space aliens? I don't know if they have actually visited the planet Earth, but I think the galaxy is so large, so huge. The idea that the only intelligent life in the galaxy, exists on this planet, I think is a little off. especially when you consider the state of the United States in the year 2026. So, but, you know, political statements aside, I think there's got to be other planets in this vast universe that does have, you know, in some sort of intelligent life. Too much. Jim had a good landing rate. A minus 250 in the A340. Your brakes are hot. Definitely cool off those brakes. I mean, I don't know if they are all zipping around in their own version of the Starship Enterprise or not. I you know, don't know. But again, it's just so big. And you know, the cool thing that's going on right now is there is a spaceship right now that is actually about ready, I believe, to do a braking a maneuver. It's called Europa Clipper, and Europa Clipper is about ready to do a gravity assist around Mars. That's going to shoot it back to the United States, where it's going to get a second to the United States, to the Earth. It's going to shoot it back to the Earth, where it's going to do a second gravity assist. That means use gravity, sling it around, you know, the planet to make it go faster, and it is going out to Jupiter. And it's going out to Jupiter to it's going out to Jupiter to check out the moon Europa, because Europa is, of all the planets, that is the best place we think that we might find another form of life. Now, it might be space squids, but still another place where there could be life is Europa. And it's going to be there in, I believe, 2028 or 9. It's like it literally is almost a 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds and to seek out new life. I doubt we'll find new civilizations there, but it'll be our first opportunity to find some life. So if you're looking for anything cool to, you know, boost your spirits and stuff, look up Europa Clipper. Lova's got a minus 161 in the MD11 the other day. You need more practice in the L1011. See, that's the hard part, Loviz, is staying practiced up. Staying practiced up is really hard. AZ is back in chat and has been here for 100 straight streams. Thank you for a 100 stream streak, AZ. Europa, it is one of the moons around Jupiter. If you're looking for a little bit of fiction, there is a Roy Scheider movie called 2010, and it's a follow-up to the Stanley Kubrick, Arthur C. Clarke movie, 2001. This is called 2010, and you could pick up a little bit of fiction on that, and they tried to stay a little bit true to science too. But you could look at, if you're looking for a little bit on that. It's actually a pretty well done movie. It doesn't get a lot of love, you know, because you're trying to make a sequel to 2001, and that was really kind of hard to do, although I think they did a pretty good job. Helen Mirren plays a Russian spaceship captain. Loviz, are you talking about Gibraltar? They actually did a really good job on it. I think one of the things is for years and years, so Gibraltar is the airport that has a roadway that goes right down the middle of the runway. So if you look over here, there is a roadway that goes right over the middle of the, right over the runway. Well, eventually they've ended up making a tunnel on that, so because they have to close down the road every time an airplane lands, and they have to let a bunch of, you know, crazy people and stuff go under, you know, go over the runway. So that means after it's time to let an airplane land, somebody's got to go into a FOD walk or something like that. And so there really does have to be, you know, a lot more work. So now there's a tunnel. Is it called Winston Churchill Avenue? Really? That's pretty awesome. I didn't know that it was Winston Churchill Avenue. It's like a bridge left for boats. Okay, looking pretty good. We'll wait till we get out over the water and then we'll continue our descent. Ministry says they have one of those in Switzerland too. You have to wait on a red light as FA-18s cross the road. No kidding. Churchill ordered more monkeys during the war. Really? The runway is too short. You mean the one we're going to? Yep. Entering the hold at MGA. So, okay, Eagle Eye, how's your fuel? Did you bring enough fuel to do that? Hate Rats says to hydrate. If you're flying with me, we got to stay hydrated, especially in the summertime. Pauliot was in chat last week and said if you decide to go and visit Gibraltar and you're going to like one of those really cool little restaurants or something outside, hang on to your stuff because the monkeys that are on there are smart and they know that if you leave your sunglasses or something on the table, they will take it and they won't give it back until you give them food. So was a little bit annoyed apparently on all that. Irby says it goes beyond that. They will take the sunglasses right off of your face. Really? No kidding. They yeah, then they try to sell it. Now they try and they know that you want it back, so if you give them food, they'll give it back apparently. Hi, RAF Plays. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. All right. Doing a wild and crazy flight here. All right. Everything's good here. Again, it's 136. I'll probably call it 140 to land. Looking pretty good up here. RAF Plays came in, did a flight from Porto to Dublin. The autopilot kept disconnecting. It could be that you need to increase your dead zone. So you know how you can set in settings in a simulator a bit of a dead zone? Maybe if you bumped it a little bit, that might have been the problem. Never mind. Do we need to bring a boat? This is completely, totally crazy, reckless, silly. It's something that flight sim pilots do. I think real world pilots do this in the sim, but they would never admit to it. Big airplanes, small airports. We love to do this every now and then. Is it time to start sweating, Canutus? So sweating a little bit? Nah. It's pretty good. Maybe I should have put Bailey's in my coffee today. Do I have brakes in the E set to easy or realistic? Brakes. My parking brake behavior is realistic. All that is you have to press your toe brakes down before you can go and engage the little white lever, the parking brake. You have to put, like a Boeing, you have to push the parking brakes forward, the toe brakes forward, and then pull the parking brake lever, and that's how that works. We're 40 miles out. We're pretty much all set. Set to maintain 2,000. Just a gentle descent. Emmer goes, good to see you. Yeah, so far so good. We're about ready to do our first wild and crazy flight. We're going to try and take the MD11 into Gibraltar, but we're going to be even crazier. We're going to try and do depart out of Gibraltar too. Jokester wants to know if we're going to do an RMP in the Boeing at some point. Usually, so our third flight today is Houston to Mexico City. Usually it's stormy about the time we're going to be getting into Mexico City. So generally it's an ILS or visual. Although the air, it's always kind of hazy air quality there, so. Flaps one. RAF Plays did a go around, really? Is there a high decel rate? Never mind. If there is, I don't know that I've ever seen that. Flaps 15. Really amazing looking airplane. Logo light. Let's turn that on. That way if they have to fish us out, they know where to find us, right? $180, $140. Those are our speeds. I'll need to recycle the sim because I had a scenery for Casablanca, but it wasn't installed. So I just got it installed, so I'll have to recycle. But we should have plenty of time. And I've also been cleaning out my community folder quite a bit lately. So hopefully it's taking a little less time to start it. I have an airplane 15 miles ahead of me. That's pretty good. Oh wait, we have to do back taxi here. I'm gonna go to 180. A little soon, but I think that's probably a good idea. 180.
Altitude.
Gear. Wheels. Gibraltar traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is a big old MD11 overhead PMOS. Going with for the visual, runway 27 Gibraltar. Oh, thank goodness. AC, it was starting to get a little warm in here. Whew. AC, very nice. At the perfect time when it was going to start getting a little bit warm in the sim cockpit because we're trying to take a very big airplane and put it down on a very, very short runway. Hate rats, does pineapple belong in pizza? My own take on that is yes, if it is a proper Hawaiian pizza.
Gibraltar traffic.
If it's a real Hawaiian pizza, sure. If it's a pepperoni from Domino's, no, don't think so. Now that you get to do you. If you want a pepperoni pizza from Domino's and you want pineapple on it, you could do that. But don't be surprised if somebody looks at you a little funny. Hey, Hunter Girl, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. An anonymous gifter has gifted a subscription to unbutton your shirt. I'm sorry, I'm not turning this into OnlyFans. It's just warm. Okay, so ham and pineapple, yes. Ham and pineapple is just fine, especially if you've got a white sauce in there. If you've got a white sauce, that's really, really good. Anything else? No, I don't think so. Hunter Girl, hope you're having a good week. Everything's safe at the fire station. You're staying cool. Yeah, that's right. Alaloo, it's only flights. No, the AC is on right now, so, well. It does get a little bit stuffy in the afternoon here. Anonymous gifter, thank you for coming in and gifting a sub, though. That was awful nice of you. I really appreciate that. Those actually really help out a lot. Gibraltar traffic, Lufthansa Cargo, 441, 15-mile finals. Landing runway 27, we are number 2 for the runway. Hi, Gasper. Yeah, that's the other thing, is stormy. Stormy is great in the wintertime. Holy moly, stormy helps keep things all nice and warm in here. Really love it. Summertime, got to keep it a little bit cool, otherwise, Stormy's going to be happy. Hi, Big J. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. I got the airport, I got the runway. Let's do posture check here. And looking good. It's landing time. Okay, gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Flaps are not out all the way. The EAD, that's the little box here. The EAD says flaps. We'll get that when we get our speed. Let's go ahead and arm the speed right now. And we said 140 to land. That's one of the things that's really cool about the airplane. You can preset a speed and then punch it when you're ready for it. I've deliberately slowed down to give the airplane ahead of me a little bit of time to back taxi. Hey, Russ, decided to boot up. Russ was having trouble. Yeah, every now and then you're gonna get the little sign that says there's a server problem. Sadly, there's just not an awful lot you can do except wait until you could recycle your router. That's about it. And then you got to wait until their service. So Russ, we're just landing at Gibraltar. We're doing continuing service down to Casablanca because, as you know, Russ, of all the gin joints and all the towns in all the world, she happened to walk into mine. I know, not as good as Bogart, but still. Gibraltar traffic. Lift on some cargo. 441 is 9 mile finals for runway 27, landing Gibraltar. And everything's good up there. And let's go 140. About 300 feet per minute. Flaps 35. I have the runway looking good.
Stabilizer motion.
Betty is still aboard the EAD box. That green box right there, that's the EAD box. I don't remember what it's called now, but that tells us whether or not we are set.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, we're established pretty good.
Stabilizer motion.
Betty remains aboard and happy.
Gibraltar traffic, urgent 820.
Canuta says we need parachute. Nice little carrier landing we got going on here, right? Andre, hopefully it will be okay.
Stabilizer motion.
Really is just a magnificent looking airplane. I mean, it really looks great. Eagle Eye, are you gonna go around? I'm a little bit fast, but full flaps on an airplane and I just don't get along. We just don't get along very well.
1000.
I'm waiting until I got a clear view of the Pappies right now. Autopilot's off, captain's got the airplane.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
Anonymous
next.
Gifter just gifted another sub. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter. Again, super duper nice of you. Appreciate it so much. Thanks for helping me to keep my silly little shows going here. A little.
500.
I think that it's also important that you avoid hitting the big rock. It might not buff out.
400.
I mean, wow, does that look magnificent looking out of here.
Minimum. Minimum 200.
Landing.
$100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. Green. Reverser stowed. Auto brakes off. Oh my gosh, we've got a big cruise ship over there. We got a big cruise ship.
Stabilizer. Flap.
Big J wants the 777. I think the freighter is a good choice. Gibraltar traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is just crossing the center road, exiting the runway in the next 45 seconds. Gibraltar. Hey, Star Lugo. And we need Gibraltar traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, exiting runway 27, taxi to parking, happy landings, Gibraltar. We're going to go over into general parking. A little bit tight steering here. And after takeoff items, auto brakes off, speed brakes disarmed. I just have the generic scenery here. It's just the generic stuff here. Hey, look at that. There's the big old rock. There's the big old rock. I'm just parking over here, which I figure is out of the way for a big airplane like this. Low-Vis's L1011 unfortunately shows up as a E-jet. And it looks like we got somebody coming in. Oh, short finals. Short finals. And another safe arrival. Lufthansa low-vis. So there's low-vis in the L1011. And there is our MD11 coming in. So this is what low-vis's airplane actually looks like. Well, it looks like you got all three doors open here too, getting the passengers off and on, right? Sunjammer has 22 miles to go. Sunjammer took off before we did, but is on a slower flight today. Is trying a different airplane. All right, so I need to reload for Casablanca. Thank you. That's a great picture, low-vis. I mean, they just look so good, don't they? Okay, let's go here. And let's see. So parking brakes, push them in, and there they go. And then we do engine 1 and engine 3. Leave the middle engine on. Come down here and turn off the transponder. Come over here, services, wheel chocks, ground power, when you have ground power, you can pop that in. And then we would turn off the middle engine. And there we go. Low vis is done. You're going to do the Mexico flight a little bit later on. Sunjammer was working on an airplane trying to fix it, and it looks like Sunjammer's fixes worked. Beacon can go off, and it looks really good. Okay, I'm going to jump off real fast and jump back in, and we should have a Casablanca. And then the ultimate test, can we depart from here? That's the big test here. Okay, let's see here. Let's just recycle real fast. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Captain Chris is back on the early shift. Captain Chris has to do 3 days on the early shift, 3 days on the night shift, and then gets 2 days off. So Captain Chris has a rough schedule. Good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for being here. Happy landings. We'll see you soon. 4 a.m. That's so early. Safe travels. Hey, it looks like we've got some real hot temperatures coming in here in my part of the world over the weekend. I hope you're staying cool out as you shove all those really cool jetliners around. Are we going to the White House? We are going to Rick's Cafe American. Senor Rick's Cafe American. Okay, let's go ahead and restart the sim. Question from Espresso K. Do you think Elliot managed to turn Philby into a triple agent during their meeting in Beirut before Philby? Oh man, you're talking about the Cambridge 5. It's so tough to know. And the hard part about, but then again, any story about espionage, is like 90% sure or less. I mean, you're never sure about anyone. I think Philby, I don't think he was turned to a triple. I think by that time, I don't think he made it to triple. I think he was always a double agent. Just my own feeling, you know, these... Oh, Casablanca, we're going to White House. Casablanca. That's right. We are going to the White House now. Now, maybe I generally have a lower impression. I mean, I don't think much of them. Anybody that's going to play the double agent game, I'm not too terribly thrilled with people that play that way. And that's why most of them meet a very, very terrible fate. But, you know, with trust being such a big part of this stuff that you just... So I don't have a high opinion of them anyway. And so I can't imagine that he would go triple agent. Based on what little I know. I think I know more about Carla and Bloody Bill Hayden than I do about the Cambridge 5. And Carla and Bill Hayden, that's all fictional. That's Le Carre. But I think that Tinker Tailor was Le Carre actually writing about, I think he's writing about the Cambridge 5 and that kind of, moles, which was always a big part of his spy story stuff. Let's do a new flight. We're going to Casablanca. So GEC, German Cargo, 441. We are LXGB. We're going to GMMN. Spy Among Friends, that's what got you? And then I started to dive into articles about the game. They are a fascinating bunch. Make no doubt about it. And anybody that is playing that kind of a game is kind of interesting. And that's arguably what kind of got me going in some of that world too. Then I discovered just how icky it all was. It's pretty icky and what they do. Zach is back in chat. You got back to München 2.5 hours ago, a late flight. The APU was broken, so they had to start engines at the gate. Really? I'm going to board 15 minutes of fuel like that. Doesn't mean I don't like spy stories. I'm starting to revisit mission number 4 of the spy stories right now. Okay, departing runway 27, landing 35 right. What's the wind there right now? Wind there is 020 at 7. Yeah, probably. Let's go. We'll go with that. Departure runway may be inadequate for takeoff. Okay, so what we got to do is we got to do a little fine tuning here. So we can't let it load it up full. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go passengers 0, and I'm going to go cargo. I'm going to go, you know, a couple of crates of beer. A couple of crates of beer, and that's it. Otherwise, it's a big old empty airplane. And it's still probably not going to like me for this departure. It really, though, is. I mean, Espresso Kate, it is a fascinating world. And it's one that once you jump into, does not let you go. Just doesn't let you go. Cactus, I actually have a really good time with the MD11. It's a really cool airplane. Flying Winnebago is back. Hi, Flying Winnebago. Okay, let's get a PDF of the flight plan. Control C. And I will put that into chat if you'd like the numbers. Control V. Do it again. And it's going to come in. A fascinating article discussing Eleanor Philby. Well, I think, you know, birds of a feather kind of flock together. And so, yeah, I think Kim Philby's wife was in on that too. Midwestern, it's an incredibly cool airplane. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. It really is a fabulous airplane. Okay, 41,000 feet for 45 minutes of flying time. No, I'm not going to file. I'm not going that high. We don't need to go that high. Okay, looking good. We're filed. Too late to chicken out now. Let's see. You like the flight gear. I've been on the TFDI for a while, Cactus, but you're using the flight gear MD11? It's still being updated? All right, I think we're all ready to go there. All right, almost time. Let's come over here. Flights. Import from SimBrief. I do kind of recommend this as the EFB for the TFDI is not that great. Charts, taxi, airports. Oh, that's the old one. I don't think I saved it. Don't think I saved it. SimBrief. It's Cactus says that the flight gear MD11 has almost every system modeled. Really? Okay, view. PDF. Save as. I think I forgot that. Okay, Gibraltar to Casablanca. Sunjammer just had a nice landing. All right, so it's direct to Barpa. And we're doing the Tusser 1 Romeo arrival. And I'm going to only go to flight level 350. Okay. Let's go and get the sim. Let's also just go and make sure this thing loaded in. So my library, search GMMN, Casablanca, it is installed. PearlSoft, good, we're all ready to go. So we should have nice scenery. Inquiring Minds had a good landing today. This is not an easy one. So LXGB, Gibraltar. That's probably kind of crowded here. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to where I was. And I'm going to do a custom point here, set it as the departure, and then change it to on the ground and shut down. You can't change your heading or anything, so it's going to be all around here, but that, if you're going to go to some place other than a parking place, that's a good way to do it. Start the flight. Oh, inquiring mind, you took a proper airplane, an A320. All right, we're done with that page. Let's just have a look. Okay, so we get takeoff performance here. All right. So our length on the runway. No SIDS or anything like that. So basically takeoff 5899. All right, ready for it to blow up? Oh, we got some numbers. V1 135, 135, 156. Okay, well, that seems pretty good. It says we could do this, so maybe we can actually pull this off. Oh, it's windy. Oh boy, it got noisy, didn't it? All right, let's get on VATSIM. Green did the title. Thanks, Green. Okay, so no departure, really. Coming into Casablanca. Two Sir, 1 Alpha. Two Sir. It's going to put us out at a waypoint called KOTAG. And the ILS is 35, right? There's an initial and a final. So that we can pick it up at KOTAG, and in we go. It puts us out at Sidi Kadim, maybe? Does this connect? I'd go with the Yankee, ILS Yankee on this one. All right, we got all our charts. I think we're ready to go. Oh, landing rate minus 279. You know what? In a big old airplane like this, I think that's great. I think that's just perfect. I'll take that any day. We also stopped. That was another good thing that we did. We didn't run out of the runway or anything. Okay, I think we're tracking. That means we'll be able to collect evidence if there's a problem. And VATSIM is ready. Connect. And we should see some very big airplanes ready to go. Yep, there's the Virgin Atlantic that's over there. All right, I think it's time. Let's get ready to rumble, I guess. Okay. Come over here. Services. We don't really need to do a bunch of extra stuff. Why are we flying the route? Good day, Morgsco. Read an article saying that they recently had a hard border. Yeah, I think there is a bit of a hard border on this one. So there are, and you can see it written on the charts, and so you're really supposed to be careful of the borders. So Cactus, every now and then flight simulator pilots really like to take a very big airport and see if they can land at a very small airport. Well, we've already proven that we can land. So now we're going to see if we can't take off. Now we're going to try and take off. Battery. Ground power.
Autopilot.
Betty. Overhead lighting and flood. Lower panel lighting and flood. Nav lights, logo lights. Emergency exit lights are armed. No smoking is on for fueling, because when you put gas in an airplane, it's not a good idea to be smoking. It's not a good idea really anytime, but that's especially not the best time. Something about explosions or the Hindenburg, I don't know. Johnny Cash is back in chat. You're not on VATSIM, but you're going to join it. Of course, please join. Yes, we are on VATSIM, but you don't have to fly this on VATSIM. You can still fly along and tell us how your flight's going and how your landing rate is. Navigation data is groovy in it. All right, so we are at LXGB. LXGB. We are going to GMMN. Cool. Our alternate is GMME. I guess we're going to Gimme. We are GEC. German Cargo Flight 441. Now we go and start aligning. Nav. And there's the fire test, nav, and nav. Kuma has arrived. Welcome back in, Kuma. We're just getting ready to go. And then initialize the IRSs. I filed for flight level 350. SimBrief had me going up to 4.1. I think that is a little high. Cost index today is 153. Boy, that's a big cost index. Page 2. All right, the flight plan says I need 13.1 tons of fuel. I have 13.1 aboard. 13 point, nope, not 4, 1. Kuma was banned because of a role-playing server game. Well, it's never a good feeling to be banned. Sorry about that. Okay, our zero fuel weight is 116.7. Our center of gravity is 13.5. And there's our other center of gravity. 13.1 was refueling. And flight plan time. Did I put in the wrong number? Are you Bellman Sauer? I put in the right number. Thank you. Let's go to init. I did. 350. 3 cheers. AU Bellman Center. I'm totally saying it wrong, but thank you for catching that. The airplane would not have been happy. Thank you. And we like happy airplanes. Okay. So departing on BARPA. So BARPA. 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 After BARPA, oh, we got airways. So click BARPA. Airway. Okay, so it's the UM895. Our UM985. UM985. Little dyslexic today, obviously. After that, we're going to be on the UN10. And after the UN10, we're on the UB11. And this is a new way that I learned just today, that if all you have is airways, it will automatically put your transition 2 point in there. That was a really cool hint. And after UB11, we end it at T2, sir.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
And that's it. Flight plan's done. Hawk Driver is back. Hi, Hawk Driver. Hawk Driver has been here for 68 months. Hi, Hawk Driver. Welcome in. We're being very reckless pilots today. We are flying the MD11 into we flew it into Gibraltar, and now we're flying out of Gibraltar. Because, you know, we're just being those kinds of pilots here. I'm doing cargo. Because, you know, cargo doesn't complain. Cargo doesn't leave dirty baby diapers in the seat pocket in front of you. Cargo means more beer for the rest of us. .122.8. .007. Let's do departure and arrival. LXGB SID. We're departing runway 27. No SIDs. Insert. After 2, sir, we are expecting the ILS runway 35 right, and it's the Yankee. ILS 35 left Yankee. We want the right side. ILS 35 right Yankee. Good. And then it's the 2 sir 1 alpha. TUSO 1 alpha. Via, I think it's via BNS. But we should make sure. No, it's via Silk. SLK. Do we have an SLK? Yeah, we do. Look at that. And now we'll insert it. Hydraulic. Hydraulics are set. Pressure test. Pressurize the system. Inquiring mind. Do you want to take the A380? You can, inquiring mind. You could take the A380, sure. Okay, all of that looks good. I don't think I opened up any of the doors or anything. We don't need it. It's loaded, so all we have is GPU and wheel chocks. So that looks good. Let's do performance. Get weather. Altimeter now is 1014. Altimeters are checked and set. How about just 35,000 feet? There's no ATC. It's just us chickens. Okay, that looks good. FMC over here. Progress. 273 miles. Hydraulic pressure test is going on. This pressurizes every system in this airplane. Thing you got to remember is it will also move some control surfaces. So before you start the pressure test, you've got to get the high sign. So the pilot that's doing the walk around is going to go and look up and say, you know, wave and thumbs up or something that basically says that there's no fuel truck that's hanging under the wings because the flaps and stuff are going to move during this. Cactus, you can either flip a coin, or basically what you do is decide what's your favorite. Fire test. And fire indicators are all good.
Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire.
Fire check is good. APU power. Here comes the APU. Woof. Smells a little smoky outside. Yeah. Okay, air quality's just clicked into the moderate zone. That's normal. Okay. That's why it smells smoky. Just love fire season. Okay, our flight plan looks good. Let's go take off and approach and do performance. There's weights and color.
New recruit detected.
Cactus just
Welcome
followed.
aboard,
Thank you
Agent.
for the follow,
Safe
Cactus. Welcome aboard. Okay, so we're going to go flaps 10. Man, I figured with the short runway it would have been more, but just flaps 10. So flaps 10. Set that up in dial a flap. All right, so let's see. No slope. Ha! 7 knot tailwind. So 0.0 slash -7. Not the best way, but we'll go for it anyway because we're tough sim pilots. Temperature's 27 degrees Celsius. We're going to flex to 29 and flaps are 10. Speeds to take off, 135, 135, 169. 135, 135, 169. All right, that looks really good. The APU should be up and running. Let's get the bleed on. We can disconnect ground power. All of our doors are closed. Seatbelts can go on. And let's go over to services. Disconnect ground power. Parking brakes are not on. Boy, am I glad we checked that. We don't want to go rolling around, so parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove the chocks. This is a taxi out position, so we can go start up engines. Let's do beacon. Beacon's going on. Ignition A. On. And let's go ahead. So starting engine number 3. Somebody just did a nice super chat over on YouTube. That was Airbus Geek. Airbus Geek, thank you for a nice super chat. That was really nice of you. And also thank you for watching over on YouTube. Relatively new over there, so thank you for helping me to grow over there too. All right, N2 is going up. Oil pressure is not going down. And we're going to be just like Inga and Claudia from the Lufthansa Cargo and start our engines at 17. I see a big old UPS MD11 here. Uh-oh. Big airplane, small airport. If you're a little bit nervous about this, this is the only flight sim live stream that keeps all sorts of emergency emotes on the standby. So if you're worried about us going into the drink, we do have life jackets. We have oxygen masks, seat belts, and if you're really having a hard time, we have a barf bag. And the good news is the barf bag is brand new. It hasn't been used before. So we care about, you not having to smell funny things. Hawk Driver's with us today in the MD11. OG Actual, I have not done the dead stick brush simulator. And let's go ahead and start engine number 1. Light goes on, engine 1 starts. Engine 2 is running nicely. Oil pressure levels are not dropping. That's a good thing. And 17%, 16, and fuel. There is a Virgin Atlantic, I think that's an A330 going by. Let's see. Are you able? If ATC pops on, they'll flip runways. Hey, thank you for not whacking off the nose of the airplane. That was really nice of you. And one more engine to start. We'll get the other charts and be ready for both runways then. Thank you for that tip. 17% and fuel. Transponder is on. 122.8 is on. Let's listen in. See, I don't need terrain. That's right. It's always good not to whack the nose off the other airplane. Unless you want to spend a lot of time writing letters and talking to lawyers and stuff. Airplane ordered wind wing throttles a few days ago. Your Thrustmaster throttles are good. PayPal is taking its time. Well, it also takes a while, for all of these things to get taken care of. All right, so on the departure, up there goes the Virgin. Happy landings. So on our departure today, as soon as you take off, it's a turn to 180 degrees. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to preload in 180. instead of a runway heading. (180). All right, nav, profile, auto flight armed. Everything is armed there. We're all set and ready to go. Cactus, do I have to be on VATSIM? Yeah, to see other people. There is a sassy airplane going right by us there. That might be Russ. Russ usually does a very sassy taxi by. It's going to take its time because it ships from China. Yeah, it does. This is not a fast deal. Let's see. Trim for takeoff is 8.7. I think we're ready to go. We're done with the, although actually I believe the APU automatically shuts itself down. There goes Russ. Looking down that runway saying, boy, that runway sure looks short to me. Looks a little bit too short, you know. Anybody over here? Nope. Anybody over there? Nope. If you're on VATSIM, yeah, but there's no ATC right now. It's late at night over here. There's no ATC on this one. Casablanca traffic, there is a Lufthansa Cargo MD11 over on the east parking area. We're taxiing over to runway 27. Casablanca. No. Gibraltar. Whoops, boy, I didn't know what I was saying there. Okay, wake up. Come on. Parking brakes off. Taxi lights on. Let's go. I'm on 120.8. I need to be 122.8. I need to be on 122.8. Boy, good thing nobody really heard me being an idiot on the radio. Gibraltar traffic, Lifty Cargo 441's big old MD11. We're going to line up and wait. Runway 27, Gibraltar. See, once I know what I'm saying, I look a little less stupid. And landing lights extended. You know, we could get a few extra inches if we do a little baby back taxi here. Maybe a few extra inches would be a good thing to do. I think that's a super idea. Let's do a back taxi. I don't see anybody coming, so we could do that, right? Because on a takeoff like this, length matters. Man, we're dangerously close to doing a. We're dangerously close to turning this into an OnlyFans kind of a thing. It's been bad today. Sorry, I had no idea.
Traffic ABEX 14, onshore 27 at Echo for departing traffic, Gibraltar.
Or whether or not the surface of the runway is ribbed. I mean, I'm just saying. All right, looking good. Landing lights on. Kalispera, Slarty Bart, welcome aboard. EAD is good. Let's get ready to rumble. Sorry, I didn't realize today was going to be quite so weird. All right, throttle's up about halfway. Stable. Thrust is set. Up, and away time. It's supposed to turn itself off 10 minutes after I was just testing it. V1. Rotate. Man, well, I'm also really lightweight. Gear. Start our turn to 180 so we don't go over the... Probably a little much here.
Bank angle, bank angle, bank angle, bank angle.
Gibraltar traffic, FedEx, ABEX 418, back to 27, Gibraltar.
Gibraltar traffic. Lifty Cargo 441 is clear of runway 27 departing to the south. Happy landings, Gibraltar. Hey, Senor Tomas, welcome on in. Just took off. Flaps up. Okay, let's go direct to our first waypoint. I think we've kind of cleared. Yep. So we're clearing the, we're out over international waters now. So we kind of just go right over the strait, I think, is how we come out of here. Doesn't look like the APU shut itself down. I thought it was it would shut itself down 10 minutes after you were to after you started the engines. Now maybe I did something wrong, but it didn't shut itself down. Autopilot.
Autopilot. Stabilizer motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and go direct to our first waypoint. I'm a really rusty with this airplane, but not a bad one. Now let's go get our direct to Barpa. and direct to Barpa and nav. We're out over international waters. That's right. We're being good pilots. We didn't go over the, so what we're supposed to try and do is avoid going over parts of Spain here. And so after takeoff, you go right out, and we stayed over international waters. We're a good pilot. I have not created an international incident. Nobody's going to be
No
mad at
reports
us.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
And we are now on profile, profile, and profile. Let's see. I think it is that Spanish enclave, Brit Bear. I think that's what it is at the little coastal area. Because if you look at all the approach charts, it shows the international boundary. It doesn't show it on this one, but after takeoff, you're supposed to you're not supposed to fly over this land here. That, I guess, gets you into trouble. Juki Flyaway is back in chat. Am I going to? Yes, as soon as it releases. As soon as it releases, I'm looking forward to trying that for sure. Florida did a follow on the channel. Hi, Florida. Welcome aboard. So all in all, a nice departure. Lots of cool flames. Cool planes going to Oshkosh. Senor Tomas did a walk earlier today and saw one. Everything is legal over international waters. Even my bad jokes. Even really, really tacky bad jokes. Are we allowed to do those? Okay. Let's see. Dial a flap goes back to 15. Dial a flap 15. Auto brakes off. Speed brakes disarmed. Landing gear is up. After takeoff items are complete. Oh, I did not take the transponder out of TCAS. Bad pilot. I think we made it out of there. We were able to take the airplane and land it and depart it from Gibraltar, and we didn't create an international incident. We're going to have to talk with counsel. I think Polyout's on a business trip again, so we may have to wait on that. So I'll hold off on bad jokes for a while. Zeropod, yes, tomorrow our first flight is Luxembourg to Toulouse. And then there is something called the Texas Wheel of Fortune VATSIM event for our third flight. No idea what the second one. I know, Slarty Bart, really bad jokes on this channel? What am I thinking? That's right. We all could be in very serious trouble. Landing lights, nose lights off. We'll leave the logo lights on. Makes the airplane look cool. Juki Flyaway will be able to come in tomorrow. Tomorrow's first flight is Luxembourg to Toulouse. And what that is there are two VATSIM controllers that are taking their test tomorrow, Luxembourg and Toulouse. So we'll depart from the early test and arrive in the second test.
Altitude.
35,000 feet. And so far, so good. This is a great airplane to take out of or into Frankfurt Friday. It does have CPDLC, so you can get your clearance through the data link as opposed to doing voice, which is really good. And there we are at our final cruising altitude. We are 220 miles away from Casablanca. No ATC, so we can come over to Navigraph. Go to airports, weather, and there is the latest weather for Casablanca. Captain sort of is still excited to hear about Lufthansa Flight 2222 to Toulouse. You just have to practice it a few times and it works out pretty good, Captain sort of. You just have to say it a few times and you can say Lufthansa 2222 to Toulouse. And next time you happen to talk to Stephen Fry, try and get Stephen Fry to say Harry pocketed it. Some people have a hard time with that. They say 2222 Toulouse. Lufthansa 2222 to Toulouse. And all of the other pilots listening in on the frequency are kind of snickering at that, right? They're all, everybody else is snickering unprofessionally at that or whatever. We have an Aero Mexico flight from Houston. So we could go look at the real world and see where Aero Mexico's Houston flight would go. Flight by route, KIAH, Houston, MMMX, Mexico City. You would say, and is it Blagnac? I always mispronounce that one. Here is an active Aero Mexico flight. Finding gate numbers is not as easy here. Lots of United. It's a big United hub. There's an Air France flight going to Paris from Houston. There's a Qatari flight goes to Qatar in an A350 1000. You kind of have to go backwards to get gates and stuff here. They're there, it's just hard to get them. Aero Mexico, here we go. Aero Mexico. They're going to go from Terminal D, so D12. D12 is where they're going to depart from. Mexico City. Arrivals. We'll see if there's a Houston arrival. Here's a San Antonio. So if you don't want to fly all the way from Houston, you can go San Antonio. Here's an Austin. There's a United Houston flight. I wanted to do Aero Mexico. I do United too much. Let's just grab that Austin gate. It's a max. It's going terminal 2, gate 64. T2, gate 64. All right, so we've got gates and stuff for our next flight. I see Hawk Driver, I think, is getting ready to go out. Just passing Gimme Airport. Hey, dogs, welcome aboard. Blagnac. You would say Blagnac? That would be it? Blagnac. Dogs, good to see you. Thank you. And Super Silent Dave just came in too. Hi, Super Silent Dave. We have ATC. Let's look and see what we have here. GMMN ATIS. Information Alpha. Runway 35 left for landing. Okay, so we have to change the flight a little bit, but not much. There is a risk of confusion between the runway and the taxiway. Okay? And we need to talk to 126.5. Okay, now then, we need to go grab the other runway.
Casablanca radar, Lufthansa 4847, currently on flight level 310, climbing flight level 280. Lufthansa 4847, Casa, hello, squawk 6417. Squawk 6417.
Gonna be on the left side.
Canadian 209, identified secured 243 Alpha Rebel. Expect either Zulu from a 35 left, descend to flight level 160.
Alrighty, descend Tusker 3 Alpha arrival, looking for 35 left, Scandinavian 209.
209, thank you, descend level 160.
And flight level 160, Scandinavian 209.
Go for the 4847, identified, direct bedroom, climb to flight level 380.
Okay, we got all that.
Could you repeat it for Lufthansa 47, sorry? Direct bedroom, climb to flight level 380. Lufthansa 47, direct bedroom, and climb to flight level 380.
Casablanca Virgin 820 descending through level 280. We have information Alpha.
Virgin 820, thank you. Identified clear 243 Alpha arrival. Expect either Zulu 35 left. Descend to flight level 160.
203 Alpha, Island Zulu 35 left. Descent level 160. Virgin 820.
Casablanca radar, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, a MD11 at flight level 350 with Casablanca information Alpha aboard.
Flight Cargo 441, guten Abend to you, squawk 4210.
4210 on the transponder for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Virgin 820, direct to Kotak.
Direct contact, Virgin 820.
I guess
Flight
0007.
Cargo 441, identified clear 243 Alpha arrival. Expect either Zulu approach from a 35 left. When ready, descend to flight level 160.
When ready, descend flight level 160. We're expecting the ILS Zulu runway 35 left. Could we get the star again, please, for Lufthansa Cargo 441?
Of course, 243 Alpha arrival.
243 Alpha arrival for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thank you. Okay, we've got a different arrival too. We are cleared to flight level 160. All right, so we got to go get another arrival.
Scandinavian 209, proceed direct to Kotak.
Indirect coastguard for Scandinavian 209.
All right. Our arrival is the 243
Virgin
Alpha.
820, speed 300 knots or greater.
300 or greater, Virgin 820.
Scandinavian 209, speed 300.
And speed 300 for Scandinavian.
2 Soar 3 Alpha. It's virtually the same thing. It's just for the different runway. All right, let's go plug in our arrival and we should be all good to go. So runway 35 right, we're now going to be on the left side, so star. And it's the Zulu. ILS 35 left, but that's the Yankee. We want the Zulu. ILS 35 left, that's correct. The Zulu.
Stay sharp.
Okay, now we're going to do 2 Soar 3 Alpha. Two Soar 3 Alpha. It's all the way at the bottom, right? Wick just did follow the channel. Thank you. 2 Soar 3 Alpha. And I'll bet it's through bins, but let's just look and see real fast. Okay, so it's via, no, it's going to be via Sidi Kadim, I think. SLK, Sidi Badim. 35 left Zulu, Sidi Badim, 2 Soar 3 Alpha, no transition in. And pop that in there. Direct to DRAD. Let's just get another one because it changed. All right, so far so good. Diamond Mike, do you still follow the altitude restrictions? No. When they say descend to, you descend to. Blanyak, really? Jojo Q, thank you for sending me the pronouncer. Blanyak. I'm going to copy that down and put that next to Toulouse for tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll say Blagnac again, and that will be humiliating because the ATC people will start giggling at us. And that's not cool. All right, let's do takeoff and approach. Flaps 35, it's going to be 136 to land. Okay. Minimums. Minimums on 35 left are going to be 870 feet. 870 feet. $870. That looks good. And there's Sidi Kadim over there, and I think we're all good to go. We'll have to verify with this airplane. Thalo has arrived. Hi, Thalo. Welcome aboard. We are, of course, watching out for snakes and alligators and giant Gila monsters. Got to watch out for them, too. The altimeter here is 1018, and there are birds in vicinity of the airport. It looks like it. Maybe they had to reset because they all popped on. So maybe they have to reset something. If it's now that they're not there, though, if you've got to descend further, you're going to have to descend further. Just go ahead and do it.
And Center Scandinavian 209 level 165.
Okay, Jojo Q, thank you. I appreciate that.
Casablanca radar.
Blagnac. All stations looks like Casablanca radar has gone offline. Maybe they'll be back, but I guess if you have to continue your descend, and we may have to go to Unicom.
And the Unicom Scandinavian 209.
And switching to Unicom from that.
Okay, we're good at managing ourselves in there. That's right, Juki, if you got to, you just go ahead and do that. Next is Houston to Mexico City. Maybe the controller discovered that we were all spies and decided that, you know, they didn't want to do that. Maybe they were afraid of being recruited like the Cambridge 5. Espresso Kate was brought that up. That could have done it right there. They could have been triple agents. You never know about these things.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Juki
Station
Flyaway just hit the follow. Thanks for the follow, Juki Flyaway. Super Silent Dave, the Cambridge 5 was a real spy story from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It was 5 people that turned out to be not so good folks. Maybe that got taken over by Blofeld and maybe they got taken over by Blofeld and Spectre. Because, you know, Spectre certainly doesn't want us coming in. The Living Daylights did start in Gibraltar. That was how we all met Timothy Dalton as 007. And yeah, they did that helicopter jump down. And they did that helicopter jump down, and he had to deal with some of those treacherous monkeys too that Poliot was telling us about. Juki Flyway, we do try to keep it as easy as possible. Very chill. With so much drama in the real world, we figure we don't need any drama here. All we need to do is sit back, enjoy our favorite food, our favorite beverages, and our favorite airplanes. Pablo is doing a cargo flight for FedEx. Let's see. Gran Canaria is your arrival. What a good flight. How long is that for you, Pablo? Thalo is on a 125 stream streak. I'm going to just go ahead and let the airplane continue down to the final approach, the final plunge altitude, which is 3,600. The airplane's working. Let's just go and let it do its thing. Wait for Judi Dench to save us from enemy agents so that we can land the plane. And make the map a little bigger. We're a little bit high on the descent. I'm going to go ahead and throw out my speed brakes here. Pablo still gets to descend in 2 hours and 51 minutes. So this is a fabulous airplane, the MD11. Holy moly. It's going into a dive of death. It really will. I mean, when you want to descend, it really descends. I'm calling it high on the descent because our descent deviation. Are we landing in Mordor? No, we're going to Casablanca, going to Rick's Cafe American. Pablo, this is your first flight with the MD11 or your first flight altogether? All right.
Flux traffic, Scandinavian 209, waypoint Kotak for base, runway 35 left and descending to 3,600 for approach.
Okay, I am way too close to Russ. It's time to slow way down here. Imanub is doing a China cargo. Oh, it's your first flight with the MD11? It's a really good airplane. Yeah, it's one that you'll really like over time. It will grow on you. Flaps 1. Flaps 15. Doing kind of a definite slowdown here. Let's come on over here. I got an airplane ahead of me, so we're going to look ahead and below. There's Russ. Okay, we got a good 10-mile separation here. That's what we need. RVN Jaeger. I don't know if I remember if that was a silent J or a hard J. Yeah, we're in great shape. Okay, after landing, we're coming in on the left side. So left side, we have high speeds to the right. There's one high speed to the right, cross at Mach 1, and in the terminal area, looks like we got gates every side. It's a hard J. RVN Jaeger. Thank you. You were formerly Arctic? Very nice, thank you. Silent J. Oh, hard J. And another click of flaps. Landing lights. Actually, we're good there. Seat belts. Yeah, we were definitely kind of going down, weren't we? Still a good 10 miles behind the other airplane, so this was a good slowdown. There's nobody behind me, so that's good. I'm going to go auto brakes medium.
Scandinavian 209, turning final, runway 35 left approach.
You can see at night, that's what's really cool about flying at night. There's Russ making the final turn there. Somebody else said I was saying a hard J too. I might have missed that joke. Now we're doing good on our descent. Next flight for us is going to be Houston to Mexico City. We got a really great Houston airport from Flight Sim Dream Team is a really nice Houston. And then there is a Mexico City that I think we got from flightsim.to. I think we got it from flightsim.to. Although it apparently took a little bit of, as I recall, it took some extra effort to get installed. Okay, approach 127. I'm going to call it 130. We're going to need a Boeing autopilot for the next flight. We're going to jump over into the MAX. So we'll slide the Airbus autopilot out of the way. I don't know that anybody's made a MD11 autopilot. I have the airport. Hello, airport. And you can see Russ coming in right over there, too. I think we lost a few of the other pilots, or maybe everybody landed just before we were. And the Boeing autopilot works really good now with SimApp Pro. Airplane should make the turn for us. Betty remains aboard. Betty never chickens out and wants to get off the airplane. Wheels are always a good option at this point.
And just like traffic, for 10 maybe 29 short final, runway 35 left.
Let's arm the approach and landing. Casablanca traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, overhead seating Kadim, number 2 for the runway, setting up on the ILS, runway 35 left, Casablanca. And airplane's got it. This is going to be a significantly nicer landing. We've got a long runway. We can hunt for a little bit of butter. Exiting to the right. Wheels are a very good option. Yes, wheels are a good option at this point. That makes it, you know, a lot easier on you, and you don't have to use the term, "Oh, it'll buff out." Ten-mile finals. I got localizer waiting for glide slope. Let's preset our speed, 140 to land. $140 to land. And I usually keep 180 knots until 5-mile finals, unless they tell me otherwise. Kind of keeps us moving, but you know. Jimmy Boy is flying the MAX today. It is. It's a good airplane, and I think the other thing...
Traffic, Scandinavian 209, cleared the active 35 left to taxi through the ramp.
Russ made it. So far, so good.
25.
I didn't hear whether the Virgin Atlantic made it, and we also had a UPS flying with us too. So Hawk Driver's coming in just past Gimme. Senor Tomas has moved to a new house. Do you like your new house, Senor Tomas? And 140, flaps 35. It's Senor Tomas's first house. Super Silent Dave, I have not updated my GPU. It's still the same GPU. EAD box
Stabilizer motion.
is green, so we're all set and ready to land. Congratulations on that new house. It's so much fun to move into a new place.
Stabilizer motion.
Casablanca traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, very short finals, well, 4 miles, to runway 235 left, landing Casablanca. I would like to, and at a certain point in time next year, or the year after, if the economy, you know, stops being burned to the ground every 2 months or so, and we can start, you know, getting our lives together again, I would like to do some upgrades, but autopilot off. Captain's got the airplane.
Minimum.
Landing. Got a little bit of a wind from the right, blowing us to the left.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
500.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
I'm not that low. Quit yelling at me, airplane.
Flight
Jeez.
slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight
300.
slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
200.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
Reverse. Green. Casablanca traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is clear of runway 35 left, crossing 35 right, and we're headed to Rick's Cafe American, Casablanca. Cargo is off to the right. This is Papa 1. We want to make a right turn here to go to cargo. And since we're going south, we might see Hawk Driver's landing lights. Senor Tomas, you needed to take a week off? Yeah, it's really hard. when you're moving into a new town sometimes, it can be really hard to, you know, plus you're probably under pressure from work and school or whatever to jump right in when you move to a new town. But it's really a good idea to, you know, be sure that you're ready to, that you have time to unpack and stuff. Manifee went to the Velocicoaster today. So you went, oh, that's right. You went over to the park. Yeah, just a couple of things really do make it nice. Senor Tomas, first thing that you set up is the TV with a Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. Yeah, just putting up a simple movie, one of your favorite shows or something, that really does help. Now, this should be Quebec. And that's cargo land over there. Hey, look at that. Apron. Didn't say Quebec, though. I think that is. Apron, Quebec. There we go. You might say that we're entering the Q continuum now. Carlos has just come into chat. Hi, Carlos. We are just arriving here in Casablanca, and we are going into the cargo land, and we're about ready to go and do a flight. We're going to do a flight down to Mexico City. There we go. Parking brakes going on. Parking brakes are on. Thrust is at idle. And engine number 1 and engine number 3 can go off. And we should come up here.
Shutdown checklist.
And everything.
Shutdown checklist.
I know. I should be doing my shutdown checklist right now. Flash duck, Mexico City is next. Beacon. And then what we do is we come over here to services, chocks, ground power. After that, we can come up here and put the ground power in, and then engine number 2 can go off. All right, so all of our flaps are good. We're on ground power. And we got the beacon off. Seatbelts can go off. We can open up passenger and cargo. And we got everything done. There comes passenger and cargo. Hey, we even stopped at the correct spot too. Let's see. Thalo is watching an episode of Get Smart. Somebody's going to get walloped. No, we were good pilots. Even though we took an airplane from, you know, an inappropriate this is way too big for Gibraltar. But we did everything right, so no walloping will be necessary. Except for me failing to do the shutdown checklist like Russ told me to do. Not dealing with super secret information. Just, again, what a cool airplane. I really do enjoy this one. This one is fun to fly. And it's like most airplanes, it's one that you don't fly very often, but you should fly it semi-regularly. I'm just looking around to see if I can see Hawk Driver's landing lights here. Senor Tomas is at the gate. The flight to Mexico City is actually a while. Okay, Hawk Driver's just making the turn to come in here. So it's a bit of a flight, but we're also early for the VATSIM event, so we should be pretty good for arriving in Mexico City when it's going to start. Okay, let's go and see if anything's going on. Ooh, we got a little tower activity at Houston. Nope, that's HOU. We're departing out of IAH. No tower activity at IAH. We could look at Digital ATIS and see what's going on. That was Hobby. You could do a Southwest flight if you wanted to out of Hobby. Okay, Houston, it is overcast today. And oh, it's raining. It's raining in Texas in July. Can't have that. Okay. Departure 15 left, 15 right, and 9. 15 left, 15 right, and 9. I would guess 15 left is what we would get. Airplane says it says it's raining, but airplane doesn't see it right now. Carlos, yeah, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Senor Tomas says it hasn't worked. Russ is in Dallas. So you're in Houston, he's in Dallas. Have you seen the published beta for version 2? I don't think so, no. Yeah, I'm really lucky right now. Stormy is hanging in there really, really good. It's really doing good. Okay, we're going to go to terminal. Delta D12 is our gate. D12 is the Mexico City gate. Okay, so that's good. Now let's see. I did see a little ATC already up in Mexico City. And then we go down to Terminal 2. Mexico City runway in use is 05 right. .05 right. All right, let's see if we... Hey, there's Hawk Driver coming in. It's VATSIMradar.com. That's kind of what I'm using. Next.vatsim.radar.com. Hawk Driver lost all... Okay, one of the things that I've seen is in this airplane, I think after the latest update, it comes with a couple of failures turned on. That might be why Hawk Driver just lost the automation. Really? Surprise! That's not good. That's really not good. I'm just clearing up a few little things here. Let's see. Greensboro has runway 5 left and right also. Tisac, Greensboro, North Carolina, right? Just waiting for one more arrival here. Good evening, IQB. Just waiting for one more arrival here. And then we're all going to race over to Rick's Cafe American in Casablanca.
Like
1,130 pilots are flying already on VATSIM. Harvey and Jager, you enjoy the streams, don't get to tune often because of time zones. We're always starting at 1800 Zulu. Yeah, time zones really can be awkward in some cases, can't they? But it's great that you're here. Thank you for taking the time to come by. There's the runway right over there. And there is another successful landing. Welcome to Casablanca, the town where Louis Renault is shocked to find gambling going on here. Hola, Polyot has arrived. Welcome aboard. We got the MD11 into Gibraltar without any trouble at all, and we took off. We took off as well. And Hawk Driver has arrived. Another happy landing, as Obi-Wan said. No, there were no troubles at all. Everybody was happy. Nobody got in trouble. No one was in trouble. There were nobody complained to the authorities. And we didn't even make the evening news. So, I mean, a drama-free arrival. Pretty amazing, huh? Next is Houston to Mexico City. We're going to flip on over and check out the... we're going to take a 737 MAX. Super Silent Dave, that is exactly what I'm doing. And so you probably noticed it's a little long in the back. And basically it is eventually going to get cut off, and there is a charity that makes replacement hair pieces for children that are having to undergo chemo because so it's going to be a little bit longer. I've discovered the longer you let it grow, the more valuable it is for them. So yeah, I'm going to keep doing that. I wasn't going to do a maybe if you wanted to donate to them, when I finally decide that I'm going to cut it off, then, I'll just put up their website, and if you want to follow along there. But it's just a thing that I'm doing. I mean, for crying out loud, I work from home. So, but yeah, that's what I'm doing. Super Silent Dave. Irvi said no crates of lemons were squashed. No, none at all. It was a very good one. Okay, we need to turn on the autopilot, and the Boeing autopilot is on. We need to turn on SimApp Pro. Judy Dench always comes through and saves the surprise. Just a flying visit. I have been at Farnborough's air show all week for meetings. Super secret aircraft orders. And maybe an adult beverage. Oh, really? An adult beverage is possible? So you've been at the Farnborough Air Show. Oh, that's great. I hope it's been a really great event and it's been really good for you and your clients, and an adult beverage or two. And you didn't have to use your secret spy method to smuggle any in, right? Last day is tomorrow. So I hope it was a really good event for everybody. Hawk Driver, Houston, IAH to Mexico City. I will tell you that there is ATC available at Hobby if you would like to depart from Hobby. I'm just doing a quick update here. It doesn't take long to do these. And here comes SimApp Pro. SimApp Pro works. Is there any like really, I don't know if you can stick, yeah, I know you had to go. Is there really good food or something, you know, that we can say, oh wow, that sounds really good. Food and stuff that they have at Farnborough? I know they have like really groovy airplanes but you know, we're all about the food here, right? Let's get the sim. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Super Silent Dave says, no, it's England. Hey, well, the fish and chips looks good. There's places that has fish and chips that look really good. Seen a couple of pictures over there. All right, we're going to Delta 12. And Microsoft Flight Simulator. It is about 200 miles away from Cornwall. And yeah, England has pizza too. There's Chinese and Indian food. Bulk of the UK's biz jets fly from there. The catering is of a level you would expect for the clientele that utilize theirs. So there's some really, really good catering going on then. Airplanes going to East Cargo doing a Hawaiian Air. New flight. All right, it's Aero Mexico. I forgot its call sign, but fortunately, I can look it up here. Aero Mexico. I think it's MEX, but I'm not sure. AMX for Aero Mexico. AMX. And we are going to be we are departing KIAH Houston. We're going to MMMX. So somebody said that Farnborough is near Cornwall. That is in the southwest part. And I saw a video showing a really, really cool, train trip, overnight sleeper that goes down to Cornwall. The food has been great. It has been provided by a Michelin star chef. And no, it's actually closer to outside of London. So maybe you don't get to take the sleeper train down there. Wait a minute, don't tell me. Yep, you would not have taken the sleeper train. You would have used the transporter, right? You would have beamed down there. Because, you know, we know you have that beaming thing, right? Generate the flight. I think this is good. Oh, wait. 1-5 left for our departure. And 1-5... 5 right. That's good. Not as big as Paris and Dubai. We do more business there, but it's up there. So Farnborough is a big deal. Not as big as the other. It's outside of London near the M3 motorway. Is that the one that everybody calls the parking lot, Super Silent Dave? That's right. He would have had to have walked past the Moors probably late at night. And you know what they have at the Moors, right? Somebody call Sherlock Holmes. No, acid.com says the parking lot is the M6. Okay, it's not the M3, it's the M6. I thought that there was one that was super duper bad. One that was always like really, really bad. But all of them are parking lots. Okay, we got a nice little flight plan there. It is going to be a little bit longer. So try and get out of the gate as soon as you can. Don't wait for me. $38,000 feet sounds pretty good for a flight like this. We're filed. No chickening out possible now. And we're going to D12 over here. I'll put my flight plan into chat on both Twitch and YouTube. That way, if you want to use it, you can. Did the chicken scare you a little bit? Oh, I hope the geese didn't scare you. I was just trying to goose the sounds a little bit. It sounded like that, yeah, Polyot found a really good chicken sound. All right, that looks good. That's done. All we got to do is find a place to park. Thalo says that geese are scarier than chickens. Well, that's right. They can sneak up behind you and goose you. And I'm letting the sim when we start, I'm letting it sit for like 20 seconds after it says it's ready to go, because it's really not ready to go. You give the joke goose eggs out of 10. Goose eggs out of 10. Fair. All right, let's come on and get our Aeromexico. Let's just make sure that MMMX is loaded. Library. Irvy poached some goose eggs with chili flakes. Goose eggs with chili flakes is really good. Okay, Mexico City is installed and working. Houston is installed and working. Cool. All right, we'll say goodbye for a while to the MD11. And we need the 737 MAX. And we got to configure. Why are you hearing psycho? These aren't psycho chords. This is like this is enchanted music, Velo. Might be a bit of a stranger in the coming weeks if travel plans go as expected. Dublin next week to see you about you know what. Atlanta the week after to see Delta, then Dubai to see Emirates. Hey, safe travels, first of all. Successful travels, second of all. And we know you'll check in when you get a chance. we will of course be here. Some of us will be here, some of us won't, but we'll still be here. And as you know, we will be on our best behavior at all times. Aeromexico. That is what is concerning. That's right. We'll all be on VATSIM with our little angel halos shining brightly. It'll be great. KIAH Houston. A lot of traveling. Well, not all of it's going to be fun. The first trip is going to kind of suck. That's not funny. I'm sorry. The next trips could be nice. Hey, maybe this time you'll be able to, when you go to Atlanta, you can go to the Scary Burger place. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Mid-year business review time, and the first trip is going to be held. Yeah, it's going to be a really hard one. Polyot sometimes has to do some tough trips. The gates aren't numbered correctly. The gates aren't numbered correctly. Oh boy, that's such nice music. I see palm trees. Did I miss your Harry Potter? Oh, I missed a Harry Potterism? Holy moly. Okay, let's see here. Never good when your client is being... Okay, maybe that. Mid-year business review. The first trip is going to be hell. Oh my gosh. I think that Harry Potterism might have gone completely over my head. Oh, going to see You Know Who about You Know What. That is a great one. I registered that and I thought, no, he's being serious about that. Thalo says to hydrate. That was a great Harry Potterism. A really, really good one. Absolutely. Going to see You Know Who about You Know What. Oh. That's Hagrid in Philosopher's Stone. I don't think it's He Who Must Not Be Named. There's the airline that must not be named, but I don't think that's going to happen. I personally represent Voldemort. Hey, everybody deserves legal representation. Even that's right, just misunderstood, right? Just, misunderstood. Even Voldemort deserves a good barrister to come in and help out. Either that or just maybe he needs better PR. Maybe a better PR firm. Or a little more ginseng in his diet. I mean, that might be it too. Who knows? Polyot says that Dolores Umbridge deserves empathy too. She turned evil due to being in constant proximity to a Horcrux. When I first read your first sentence, I was about ready to say, no, now that crosses a line, because I think people detest Dolores Umbridge more than Voldemort. I really think people hated her more. That being said, when you point out that she turned evil because the necklace that she was wearing was a Horcrux, and we saw what happened to Ron, and Harry and Hermione when they were wearing the Horcrux, I mean, it did bad things to them too. So you made me pause to think, okay, yeah, you know, I think so. I think you're right. She deserves a little more empathy too. Not much, but it did drive her a little bit crazy, didn't it? I can see that. Oh, I think I know why it's taking long. I think Houston got an update. Maybe it's because of Houston. As much as I dislike her as a person, that shows how clever J.K. Rowling is with her writing. A lot of people miss that despite it being there for all to see. That's entirely true. I mean, yes, a lot of people did miss that. I mean, doing things that are just out there, people miss those things all the time. Didn't she get the locket until after? I thought she had it before Senor Tomas. I could be wrong. Hi, Houston. I say we stop off at Rudy's for barbecue before we leave. Yeah, I thought she got it before she went to Hogwarts. Hey, Shrek Gaming, welcome aboard. I mean, she was already kind of not a nice person. Reminded me of some of my former bosses, actually. Not kidding. And here is our 737 MAX. Looking pretty good here. She was never great, but I assume that's why she was picked out as a recipient. It probably made her easier to corrupt. Yeah, my guess is that Voldemort looked for people that were easy to corrupt, easy to become Death Eaters. And if you don't know about Harry Potter and stuff, we're using some really weird words like Death Eaters and Horcrux and stuff. But welcome to the land of Potter fans. All right, AMX, Flight 441, and we're a Boeing 38M, a 737 MAX 8. And let's go on to VATSIM. Ravenclaws absolutely unite. Okay, Senor Tomas said that Mundungus stole it after Sirius Black died, and then she took it from Mundungus. Because, yeah, I guess Sirius had it for a while. Was it Sirius or Regulus's brother? Can confirm everything has gone straight over my head. Irby has not seen one. But Tim Dog doesn't think that she had it when she was at. So maybe she was just a despicable person already. Yeah, I thought it was his brother that had it. It was Regulus Black, not Sirius Black, that had that Horcrux. So, Irby, the thing about Harry Potter is it's a great story. It's one that you can really dive into. Curly Hair, I saw you over on Discord, I think. Good to see you, Curly Hair. Busy with students and CFIs. Congratulations on that, Curly Hair. I hope it's going really great. And that all is well with being a CFI. All right, let's come on over here and do start tracking. Aero Mexico. And we are tracking on Elevate X. That means there will be evidence when there is time to land. There'll be proof. All right, let's go ahead and make sure that everything works. Throttles are working. Controls are working. It's going to be a longer flight. I always like to make sure that everything works before we get it going. Polyot says that maybe it would be fun to do that. I haven't seen that in a couple years. Current times and stuff. But I usually will watch Harry. I'll start at Halloween. And a couple days after the Christmas holiday. Let's operate a jetway. Here comes a jetway. One rule, we have to watch the real version, Philosopher's Stone, not the American. Yeah, I wish that was something that was available to me here. All right, we got doors open. Manaphy likes more Lord of the Rings. Senor Tomas, really? So the book's released and aligned with your grades. So those really are core memories for you. They really are. Hey, we got a raid from Captain Whip. Captain Whip, welcome aboard. I heard you, I think, going into Chicago recently. Okay, Navigraph. Good to see you, Captain Whip. Thanks for bringing your friends in. We're just getting ready to depart for Mexico City. So we're going to go and do a Mexico City in the MAX. Ground power. I need ground power cart too. There we go. Got ground power. Somebody needs to get on better rides. How did the rock pan out? Actually, really, really good. It did really good today. It was a really fun arrival. Took the MD11 into Gibraltar, stopped it, and even had a decent landing rate. Didn't slam it around or anything like that. So it was really pretty good. The monkeys did not steal our sunglasses. And then we did the second challenge. So as you, Captain Whip, you know you can get any big jet in to a small airport, right? This trick is being able to take off. And we did. We took off and went down to Casablanca because, as you know, of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she had to walk into mine, and we were close to Casablanca. So there you go. All right, we are at KIAH, Houston, the Energy City. That's from Rollerball. I am at gate Delta 12. Page 2, GPS, compare it with page 1. All right. Let's get an APU running for some AC because this is Houston and it's hot. Arm the emergency exit lights and guard them. Turn on nav and logo lights. Let's do windshield heaters. Windshield heat is going on. And heading status, nav and nav. Now, of course, the big secret, as you know, to doing big airplanes in small airports is to make sure that you don't overload the airplane. So we did not come in with fully loaded big monster jets. Otherwise, there's no way I think we would have stopped. We would have gone rolling off the edge of that thing like you wouldn't have believed. It would have been bad. IQB, there are several versions of the first Harry Potter movie. I never understood what was wrong with Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, but apparently for American distribution it had to be changed. Yeah, true, Polyot. It's true story. The monkeys steal valuables and will give them back to you for food. Really is incredible story. In Gibraltar. Route. KIAH. I'm going to just flight plan request this one. JSG Droid, welcome. Hey, good to see you. We are getting ready to depart Houston. Haven't left yet, and we're going down to Mexico City. And I hope you had a good week this week. It's been pretty good here. I, of course, have remained out of trouble. Nobody has yelled. Our SID today is the Rita 7 departure. Yeah, so there's, and I believe that they, there are two different versions. I don't know what the differences are. Rita. Should ATC pop on? Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Have a great night in Nuremberg. We will see you next time. 16,000 feet is your initial climb clearance. Okay. Mexico City. Our star is Inaga 3 Alpha. Inaga 3 Alpha. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. We'll catch you next time. That is going to put us out at UC10. Okay, and UC10 sets us up for 5 right. There's a bunch of different ones. The Zulu will get us in from UC10 into the runway. Really? I don't know. I suspect that maybe might be considered overqualified. And then parking gates. And then we're going down to Terminal 2, Gate 64. Okay, I think we're ready. Flight plan request. I don't think it's working. Oh, you've got to push an extra button if you're going to do that. Navigraph, en route, and send the flight plan to the FMC. You got to do that first. That's right. I don't usually do that, but... And our waypoints are all in. Activate it and execute it. No ATC. Let's plan our runways. So 15 left to Rita 7. Departure and arrival. 15 left to the Rita 7. And we exit Rita at Ren. And that looks good. Coming in. Did we get the APU going? We sure did. Let's get, oh, we got to get the packs on. I bet it's getting stuffy in the airplane. All right, we had the ILS Zulu for 5 right. And it's the Inaga 3 arrival by UC-10 and engage. Index, legs, there's our departure. And it should take us right into the runway. It did, route and performance. Let's go ahead and start the loading process. Balance and payload. Read from sim brief. Load 4 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please confirm the flight information on your boarding pass.
I keep saying up 10 and it sounds like uptown.
Place your hand-carried
Up
items
10?
in the compartment and under the
I didn't
seats.
know I was saying that.
When
Up
opening
10?
the compartments, please take care that
When
any
do I
baggage
say
does not
that?
fall out. Please keep the aisle clear in order to facilitate access.
16,000. So 16,000. Uh-oh. It's still playing music. All right, how do we turn that off? Cabin voices, I think. Enable autoplay mode. All right, I don't see it there. Boarding music. Off. There we go. Okay, good. Let's see. Right now, Polyot has got to go. You're going to pass out. It's 5-day work week. It's weird. Hey, continued success on your trip. Continued success on your trip and all the good things going on. And safe travels back. I thought I was saying up 10, but I guess I might have been saying something weird. So it's back to a 3-day week soon? Gotcha. Hey, your days are intensive, and then there's also other times that you've got other things to do, so you get a little slack on that. Plus all that medical stuff in the way, that's got to take it out of you a little bit too. And keeping things straight here, you know, making sure that we're all well behaved, you know, that the quality of jokes remains at its very, very high level at all times. I mean, you know. Temperature deviation is plus 11 degrees. ISA deviation. Don't want to be too deviant. 063 at 18 is our winds. You flatter me, but I do 3 days a week because I'm an exec management, and I just decided I didn't want to work. Okay, well, you know what? You worked hard, and you deserve that too. So you get to make that call. That's the cool part about being you. Reserves, 2.9. Good. How is our load going? Pretty good so far. We can go to performance and we can do real weather and hit IAH and get our weather in here. Altimeter's 2982. 2982. That looks good. Again, I mean, this airplane was already really, really good, but now with the EFB that they've done here, it makes it even better. We are expecting runway 15 left for departure. 149 is our heading on departure. 149. I got a auto ATC with a squawk number 2456. 2456. That was easy. 2456, really easy. We're in the US. We need a CTAF. CTAF space KIAH Houston 125.3. One 12535. Big difference. 122.8. And we're good to go there. It's almost time to depart. Airport, data, traffic. And back over to prep. We appear to be boarded. Our new zero fuel weight should be 130.6. And it says 59.3 because the airplane is in kilos. Well, fine. I can fix that. You want to give me that kilogram stuff there? Well, nanny on that one. Yeah, I'm not going to be grown up about that, sorry. Aha, 59.257 is 59.3. Got it. I'd rather walk on Hulk with a single rider twice than wait an hour for Hagrid's. Okay, this looks good. Let's close doors and get ready to go. Close, close. And then what we do with GSX is we prepare for pushback and departure. That's going to close the left forward empty.
Line 14 lining up runway 9er from Sierra Charlie.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
It's the cranky pushback truck operator. Always makes our day when it's the cranky one. Arm doors for departure. Ground services, remove ground power, pull 2 chocks, leave 1 in place till we check the parking brake. Parking brake's good, and we've cleared all moorings. Now we'll do final performance. Read data from the airplane. Flaps. I'm going to go flaps 5. AC is going to be on. Anti-ice off. Rating -2. Bring in the weather. Weather looks good, and calculate. Cool. So 48 degrees and -2. Take off. We already know it's going to be flaps 5. We know our center of gravity should be 21.6. It is. Trim is set. Let's see. No idea here in Houston. Let's do Navigraph and Houston. Nose left, tail right.
Houston traffic, line 14 departing runway 9er to the south.
The last one is the Dr. Doom elevator. The Dr. Doom elevator. Okay, back to it. 141, 141, and 148. 141. 141. 148. 148 up here on the speed. Flight director's going on. Everything looks good over here. We'll get the rest of our fuel pumps on. We do have a little bit of fuel in the center tank. Let's go ahead and pop that on as well. Electric hydraulic pumps on. Doors are closed. Everything looks good there. We'll clear that. Oh, we ought to be like the real pilots. Go to landing dispatch. Load the data for the airplane. We're going to assume that it's dry, but we may have to change that. Flaps for landing, 30. AC on. Anti-ice off. Brakes. Auto brakes 2. Get the weather. And calculate. Everything's green, so that means we can technically land. And Manafee's going swimming. Happy swimming, Manafee. All right, I think we're ready to go. Oh, it's wet. It just started raining. Beacon. Cabin call. Sit down. We're gonna go. Oh. Every single airplane. My plane. Miscellaneous. Cabin sun visors. Open. Very annoying. Star Lugo says alligators. Yep.
All engines clear.
Alligators
Start at will.
may pop up in here too.
Line 142, runway 9er.
And this, of course, the airplane that you want to definitely crank the sounds of the engine start, because they're pretty cool. And the engines are now past the crew area. Packs off. Ground start engine 1. Uh-oh. I'm not going to have reversers. I can fix that. Come over here. Throttles.
Please set
PMDG.
parking brake.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlocking gear.
Kuma, you gotta go? All right, Kuma, thanks for coming in for a while today. Have a great evening. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. We'll catch you next time. Keep your sheep off the runway, and we'll see you when you get back in. Thanks for being here. Good start on engine 1, 2, starting 1.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Incredible start sounds on this airplane. Really, really nice. We got 2 good starts packs. Very important in the Texas summertime. And there's a wave, so we're good to go there. Packs on, generators to the engines, isolation valve, and APU bleed off. We need yaw dampers on. Let's get a little panel backlighting here. I've already turned on cabin stuff. And AP can go off. Flaps can go to 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Taxi light on. Final cabin call. Parking brakes off. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay, it's going to be a VNAV LNAV departure. Auto throttles are armed. And we're going to come down here and just go straight across the airport. Yeah, the startup sounds on the airplane are just really amazing. And this is a really nice airport from Flight Sim Dream Team. See, on taxi out like this, it's actually really quite nice. No big stutters or anything. So they did a good job on this airport. AZ has come into chat. Welcome, AZ. Thanks for coming by. Just departing out of Houston, we're going to Mexico City. Since we're departing Houston at the moment, if you want, you could depart from Austin or San Antonio and probably beat us there. Anybody over there? Nope. Anybody over there? Nope. Looking good. Houston is a big airport for United Airlines. AZ may fly tomorrow. Our first flight tomorrow is a controller test. It's a double controller test. There's a ATC test in Luxembourg, and about an hour later, one's going to start up in Toulouse. So we'll depart out of Luxembourg and go to Toulouse. Probably should take an Airbus, maybe a cute little Fokker, I don't know. AZ did DCA to ORD last night. Did you go into the new Chicago O'Hare Airport? Because that's really nice. Throttles up halfway. And there was no beeping, so that's our takeoff config check, and it's good. You did. Yep, the Chicago O'Hare is very nice. They still have a couple little minor areas that they really need to fix the taxiways. Got one airplane over there getting ready to depart on runway 9. That's probably the one we should have chosen, but we'll just keep going. Airplane, your live weather doesn't see the storms. Looks pretty good right now. I don't know what to say about not being able to find a live weather. Sometimes it's kind of hit or miss. And I don't know a way to force an update on that. I don't know how to force an update on weather. Squawking mode Charlie. I forgot to stop at Rudy's and get barbecue for the flight. Maybe the first officer went to Whataburger. Actually, a little grateful that there wasn't ATC going out. Houston is notorious for double taxiway names, letters. So, Whiskey Bravo, Whiskey Golf, Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey Kilo. And I understand the reason for that. They have a lot of taxiways here. A lot of them. And you just kind of need the extra names. The problem is, the problem is ATC rattles those off so fast that no human can keep up with it. No human. Uh-oh, I see an CRJ. There might be droids in that CRJ. JSG droid has been in the CRJ quite a bit lately. Okay, so now we're going to go and catch Whiskey Bravo. See if there's anybody over here.
14,
hi, Dutch pilot.
9, southbound Houston.
Good evening, Dutch pilot. Just getting ready to depart. And then we're looking for Whiskey. First few flights on VATSIM this week. Great. How did your first few flights go, Dutch pilot? This should be coming up on Whiskey. Whiskey Victor, Whiskey Bravo, and Whiskey should be the next one. It is. Houston traffic, Aeromexico 441 is a 737 MAX on Whiskey, approaching 15 left, departing on the Rita departure and taking off. Houston. Horizon Vector has been lurking around looking for clues. Have you got a murder mystery going on?
Approaching 15 left.
Nobody coming. Horizon Vector, we do have thunderstorms here today.
On runway 15 left.
Throttles up halfway. Look down at the engine instruments. Make sure that your engines are stable. They are. And press the takeoff button under the throttle handles. Little button there. And Mexico City, here we come. $80 knots checked. Rotate. Positive climb gear. And up into the rain. It is a little bit high intergalactic, gentlemen. A tad bit soggy in Houston today. Very unusual to see this amount of sogginess. It's Texas, for crying out loud. And they do get rain there, but it's July and August is particularly dusty and hot. Flaps up. Auto brakes off. Landing gear is up. After takeoff items are good. Houston traffic. Aeromexico 441 departing on the Rita, arrival clear of 15 left. Happy landings, Houston. 122.8. And here we go. It does rain in Texas, but it usually is a lot hotter and drier about now. And flight level 380. Taxi light off. I'll leave the landing lights on a bit. I should have done continuous restart. Cabin is climbing. Logo light off. Position strobe on. Anti-collision lights off. On.
Traffic.
Got an airplane ahead and 5 miles. Uh-oh. That's a little scary. How about direct to Wino? That'll get us out of their way. Oh, wow.
Descend. Clear of conflict.
Really close there.
Descend. Clear of conflict. Traffic.
Within a mile, we may have to call a special phone number. Let's see, Horizon Vector might do a red nose flight. Either that means Norwegian, or you're thinking of having brew in the cockpit. One of the two, right? One of the two. All right, not bad. Go to VNAV, FMC, and progress. 737 miles to Mexico City. We're in a 737 and we have 737 miles to go. I didn't plan it like that, but it worked out pretty cool. Horizon Vector will be doing Norwegian. Well, you got to be in kind of a sassy mood to fly SAS. Russ can give you all sorts of advice about being sassy with SAS. Landing lights off. Mexico City, here we come. We ought to look and see if there's anybody that does a direct flight from Luxembourg to Toulouse. Pretty big scary clouds there. 10,000 feet, landing lights off. They're already off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Speed's coming up. And really nice big puffy clouds out. Basically, we're just going to kind of scoot on down the coastline here to Mexico City. MMMX has gone offline. I'm guessing that they'll be back in just a bit. Or I don't know how to manage this, so let's see if I screwed up. Visit Mexico starts at 19:30 and it goes to 2200. I totally screwed this up. No, that's Central Time. It's 1:30 to 4 o'clock UTC. I didn't screw it up. Okay, we're fine. We should be arriving at Mexico City at 0026. Oh my gosh, we're arriving 4 minutes early. No, we're arriving an hour early. Man, I guess I did mess it up after all. Well, let's just go ahead and enjoy the flight. We don't do this that often. Horizon Vector wants to know if Norwegian flies all over the best. There are great places to check. Flight Radar 24, FlightAware, you can see where the airline goes that way, and their website. We could do some circles. We could do some circles. On the other hand, I only boarded 15 minutes of extra fuel. So that might cause a problem. Because, you know, fuel. Altimeters. Let's look and see. The airplane's just going to climb. Let's see if anybody flies tomorrow's route. Luxembourg, ELLX. LFBO. Toulouse. Volo T. Flies A319s. They used to, they're not flying it anymore. Volodia maybe? I never heard of this one. So the next step is, let's just look at Luxembourg itself. Show some departures. That's right. We could have AAA would do in-air refueling. So let's see. There's Luxair goes to Porto, Palma de Mallorca, Thessaloniki. There's Cargolux. Cargolux, boy, several cargos. Krakow. Jetfly. Man, Luxair does a lot of stuff here. Oslo, Varna, Budapest. Lufty goes in there. There's Lisbon, London, München. Ryanair goes to Seville in France. Swiss, Turkish. But Luxair seems to do a lot. Luxair flies Dash 8s. Hi, H Pilot. Cargolux goes all over the place. Ryanair flies a 737 MAX to Lisbon. And Milan. And Porto. Well, I don't think... Well, Luxair also has a 737-800. They don't do any Airbuses, it looks like. Air France is probably our best bet. I am not eating frog's legs. And we got a fuel indicator, so shut down the center tanks. So Air France Airbus, obviously, since we're going into Toulouse. Or we could do an Air Berlin F100. But Jim, yeah, an Air France would be a good start. $76 miles to top of climb. Well, it does seem like Cargo Lux has a big presence going out. They have A319s, A3 Air France does, Jim? Yeah, I was just going to go and see. So here's Phoenix. Liveries. Airline. Air France. Okay, let's see. They've got A321s, A320s. Do I have anything preloaded? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's see if I had one before. So, Simbrief. Airframes. France. Let's see, I've got an A320 already loaded in. I have an A350-900, but I'm not that airplane. So there was an A320 with CFM engines, FGKXS. And there it is. CFMs with fences. So I've already got that airplane all ready to go. We just have to get a livery. GT Boy's got to call it a night. It's gotten late. Good night, GT Boy. Beer cheers always. Thanks for coming in. Catch you next time. All right. We've got a livery for tomorrow. An A320 CFMs with fences. Should be good. And then there's also an event in Texas tomorrow. I would take it, yeah, if they had one in the game, that would be perfect, right? Because Air France, I believe, is the only airline that's still flying the A318. The only one. It does not like me. I don't know what. Could be that Stormy just has too many problems. It's not strong enough. Doesn't have enough memory to make it work. That could be it too. H-Pilot is having an issue with some of my add-on planes not wanting to take off. So you're hurtling down the runway, you pull back on your side stick and nothing happens. It could be that you don't have the side stick bound. You may need to check bindings. That sounds an awful lot like you're going to have to check your bindings. That your side stick is not connected to the airplane. There's Matagorda Bay. So it looks like we're going to come up on Corpus Christi here. Yeah, there's Refugio and Goliad. There's Corpus Christi. Port Aransas. And so there's the Bay Area here, but there's the ship channel going out. So this was home for about almost 10 years. No, it's binded correctly. The elevators go up. Okay, so you'll... Okay, so your bindings are fine. Irvi has 120 gigabytes of DDR RAM and my A350 WASMs, so it's not a RAM issue. Okay. I know, Jimmy Boy, there's some people that are flying that all over the place. Yes, we will go past SpaceX in Brownsville. Hopefully they're not shooting rockets up today or blowing them up today. But we still have to get past Corpus Christi to get to Brownsville further south. Hawk Driver used to live in Bay City, Texas. So that would have been further north than Corpus Christi. I think we probably passed that. Bay City's up here, right? There's Bay City right there. So yeah, we just passed you since we've already passed Matagorda Bay. Don't worry, we didn't throw any beer cans out the window. Doesn't look like we're going to see most of the Texas coast today. MG King, nobody, not even a Sobo, seems to know what causes WASMs. So I have been told in chat earlier that part of it is it's an out of memory kind of a thing. So, and maybe it's because there's a memory leak in the airplane, and if you don't have a super duper beefy, super duper computer, that might be part of the problem. It's tough to tell. There's 80 miles. Dad Game Time wonders if it's something to do with Nvidia chipsets. Now, I haven't heard that before. You may need to hydrate. I sure did. 93 degrees. 41 on the 1 to 100 air quality meter. Dad Game Time, is it an Intel versus AMD thing? almost to our top of climb. And yeah, it looks like we're going to kind of come pretty close to Brownsville. It looks like we're going to go very close to Brownsville and SpaceX. We're going to get closer to our top of climb. Probably we're getting to top of climb before top of climb because I did a couple of direct twos to get away from another airplane. So there was another airplane that was departing and it would have been behind me. Looks like there's one cargo plane down at FedEx Cargo, and that's about it. That's about it. It's very quiet. I know. Sorry. Irish Wheels. I thought I had timed it pretty good. You know, dragging my heels a little bit, coming into Casablanca. Doing a slow startup here, but I think, yeah, I'm going to be ridiculously early for the event today. Whoopsie. That's okay. It'll be a nice flight. And we might have some ATC pop on. IQB is having pancakes. You're going to have an XL pancake, a pre-weekend treat. It's nice to do those sorts of things. It's always nice to do those sorts of things. Yeah, we're going. Brownsville's just starting to come up on the map here. Right wingtip, right off the Corpus Christi coastline there. So halfway to. And almost to our top of climb at flight level 380. And Brownsville's just appearing at the bottom of the map there. And we will be ashore, so I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if there's launch towers and stuff like that that show up actually in the, if launch towers and stuff show up in the scenery or not. This is the Boca Chica launch site. I actually don't know if this is the one in Texas or not. This is 5 years old. It has not been updated. They have the Bluto crane there. The Bluto crane. Never heard that one before. I think that this is probably it if you wanted something. Again, this is pretty old, and it looks like it's only for Flight Sim 2020, so it might be kind of cranky for 2024. Multiple monitors dedicated to that. No, I think H-Pilot Irby's right about it. It's a resource hog. Now, if all of a sudden I decide that I was going to build like a home cockpit, I'd obviously have 2 monitors for the, no instruments there, but probably not, because I've heard, like Irby said, it's a resource hog, and Stormy's already working kind of hard for me. So I don't want to push Stormy any harder, really. Get a little panel lighting here. And yeah, right over Brownsville here. So we got to keep our eyes open for rockets going up. Kind of got some low clouds here. You see the huge 15-hour Dubai Middle East event. You're going to try to fly that one? It starts at 10 p.m. It's super late here in the U.S. There's some really nice events out there. So there is Dubai Online. This is the one you're talking about, Irish Wheels. Friday the 12th for Dubai Online. 1500 to 1800 Zulus. So it kind of wraps up about the time my general live stream starts. There's a bottom one. There's Friday night in Bucharest, Riga. ZHU's the wheel. There's 2 of these here. So from what I understand about this one, they spin the wheel. The controllers spin a wheel to decide their position. So this is sort of like the controllers have this wheel. So we just come in and start flying as starting at 2300 Zulu. Man, I thought I had this timed out so good today. Ah, rats. So there's Dubai Online, and you said there was the bottom one? The event will also feature a pre-CPT session, so come along and support, okay? Is that what you were talking about? That Red Arrows made an appearance at Oshkosh. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. That's the place for them to be. So here's the 2 exams. So Luxembourg, it's an S2 exam, and LFBO. So departing from Luxembourg's an hour earlier. It's the one called Silk Road in the Sky. Silk Road in the Sky. This is the one that Irish Wheels is talking about. Join us for Silk Road in the Sky. It is a brand new annual flagship event connecting Eastern and Western Asia along the historic Silk Road, the ancient transcontinental trade routes that shaped human history. It was Asia's busiest hubs and airspaces. 16 airports across the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions will be fully staffed for the event. So departure airports, HECA, well there's Cairo, we know about that. Arrivals. VHHH, Hong Kong. This will be a big event. So 16 big airports. Let's see. Mumbai is VABB. Is VABB in there? Close. If that was a departure airport, Mumbai, you could have done Inga and Claudia's second flight out to Hong Kong. It is. It's a very long flight. Are there any stops in Tajikistan? Did I say that right? It starts at 11 p.m. our time, and it's 10 p.m. Irish Wheels time. It's a little bit late. I would love to be a part of this. Slot booking is required, so you're going to have to book a slot. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome aboard. MF Gore. I didn't see one, but I could have missed it. That is going to be that's going to be a really long one. I think that, well, let's see, HECA to W to VHHH. So let's try and take our MD11. So HECA VHHH. So our MD11, because that's, you know, not Inga and Claudia went to Mumbai, not Cairo, but Lufty Cargo, 9 hours and 20 minutes. So it's a 9-hour and 20-minute flight. Wow. That's a long day. Then again, I mean, to give you an idea, the longest one that I did for Cross the Pond was that flight into Chicago when we were westbound, and we had the wind in our face. Remember that day when the jet stream just pounded us the whole way. The whole way. So that was 10 and a half hours. That day was 10 and a half hours. This is 9 hours and 20 minutes block time. So blocks on, blocks off. Blocks off, blocks on. So it's about across the pond. It starts at 11 o'clock my time. So nightmare. Yeah, I would do an event, but it needs to start closer to 1800 Zulu. Because I can't start a live stream here at 11 o'clock when I have to shut. I don't have to turn everything off. So I just can't sit here chattering away, you know, for 10 hours from 11 o'clock until 5. I think the neighbors would be a little upset. I think the neighbors would be a little bit upset with me. I think they'd be a lot. Although, then again, I got some pretty noisy ones here that, yes, 10 cups of coffee later, and probably, 15 trips over, 15 requests to ATC. Could I request 5 minutes out of the cockpit, please? Oh my gosh. Unless I want to go to Sporty's Pilot Shop and get the little red pilot range extender. That would be just gross. So, no, I'm not doing that. We are 500 miles out of Mexico City. Landing an hour and 5 minutes before the event even starts. My planning skills today are a little brutal. Yeah, can I request a little time out of the cockpit? That's also the time that I'm usually asleep. So I would probably be a little bit totaled. Oh, well, sorry, it doesn't look like we're going to see a lot of Brownsville today. Look at all the clouds all over Brownsville today. JSG Droid could see doing a long haul if it's a party like Cross the Pond. If it's a single small event where we have lots of 122.8, that's right. That is, yeah, that's why it is that we don't do an awful lot of long hauls on the spy flight, because we'd spend a lot of time, like JSG Droid said, talking to ourselves on 122.8. Not the best of times. It really isn't. But if it's, you know, one of the VATSIM party events where there's ATC all the way and everybody's signed up, we're all going to do it, yeah, that'd be great. But 122.8 is not a good time. Even if you've got a bunch of extra food in the cockpit that's tasty, 9.5 hours is still 9.5 hours. And wow, is that long. Performance. Real weather. MMMX. Mexico City visibility is 9 miles. The winds are 340 at 10, so maybe the fives. Well, the fives are probably good. Scattered 263022. And we've just made the turn over Brownsville. Well, there you go. Yeah, it wouldn't be all that much fun either if you had 8.5 hours in a WASM crash. Funny when people request an hour out of the cockpit. Yeah, you know, an hour out of the cockpit on an event like that. And we've had them. I mean, I remember one day, I would just kind of like, really? Somebody, it was cross the ditch. That's between Australia and New Zealand, and somebody wanted 45 minutes out of the cockpit on cross the ditch. Sort of like, no, you can have 5 minutes out of the cockpit, but you don't get to do that much. Yeah, that's the only reason, Jim. Otherwise, I would love to fly the A350. I really would. That's a perfect airplane for a long haul. It's great. I think it'd be a wonderful airplane. But I wouldn't trust it. So it's, for me, it's going to be the 777 or the it'd be the 777 or the MD11 right now. I think maybe the A340, and I did take the A330 once on Cross the Pond. So I did that A330 and that worked out pretty good. Did they rush this plane out? You mean the 737 MAX? Not really. I mean, when the 737 MAX came out, I thought it was a really, really good airplane. The electronic flight bag sucked, but it's not their fault. They made the electronic flight bag in the MAX to be like the real one, and it sucked. It was not great. That's why so many airlines said basically, you can keep your EFB, we'll come up with our own, thanks. So that's I don't think they've rushed this out. They also took their time on this EFB too. I mean, they took their time on the iPad, and it's very good.
Reinforcements
I mean, this thing came out, and holy moly, is it good. We got a nice raid from Gunslinger Center. Hi, Gunslinger Center. Thanks for bringing your friends in. Welcome on in. We just, well, we took off from Houston a little bit ago, just flew over Brownsville. We are 300 miles from our top of descent into Mexico City. And we're landing an hour and 20 minutes before the event starts. So my back timing ability is absolutely not so good today. Maybe I should give up the tea and lemonade and go back to, you know, adult brew in the cockpit. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. It is. This one was really nice. This is a actual beer mug that they used at Airbrow in Munich. And I didn't go to Munich, but DT stopped by Airbrow and picked it up because DT was doing a trip to the US and put it in the mail, and it was a wonderful gift. Became the favorite mug. So Airbrow is that brewery that's out at the airport at Munich. Airbrow has their menu online. And one of the things that I've noticed is they've got these ambers over here, and I've always liked an amber. Those look really, really good. Those look great. They also have some seasonals and stuff. Some of the food looks really, really great. The pictures, but of course they're always going to look good in a menu, right? There's their big steak dinner. So, you know, steak and a mashed potato and everything looks great. I don't think I would want to eat that. Their burgers look pretty good too. So the burgers look like they would be really nice. But if you read, and I didn't notice this the first time. If you look over here on like page 2, I think. Nope. So there's page 1, 2. No, it's 3. Nope, it's at the bottom of page 2. So there's the salads, and then there's the soup, and then there's this one little thing right here in the lower right-hand corner. So I'll blow it up a little bit. And this is over underneath the homemade tomato soup. There's this. Last meal, hangman's lunch. 1 glass of water, 1 dry bread, 1 cigarette. 0.99. I guess that's euros. That's not a euro. And it's sort of like, okay, where did this come from? You know, at Airbrow out at München Airport. So if I ever were to get to travel, it's sort of like, okay, you got to tell me where that came from. You've got to tell me where it came from. The menu. This menu is a PDF file on my desktop. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, hang on. Okay, here is Airbrow, the brewery at Munich Airport. All right, let me pop this into chat. Yeah, I know, they do that. Okay, so here's the menu. Oh, those even look really good too. Okay, so it go to the menu, and you can go to Food and Drinks Gunslinger Center, and you can download that. Oh, they have a kids menu. Get your table at Airbrow. So you remember when we go to the Munich airport and stuff like that, there is the big, I call it the circus tent by the terminal. And so there's the control tower and there's this really, really nice area to walk around here and stuff like that. Well, it looks like there is, they have outdoor seating and stuff. And there's the head chef. Locally sourced food, man, that's the way to do that. Regional delicacies, Bavarian dishes. Oh my gosh, that looks good. Airbrow at home. Bring a little airbrow into your own kitchen. Here are some recipes to try. Okay, so coleslaw. No, I don't think I want to do that. Let's try the first one. No idea. Tiramisu with cumulus, I guess. I don't know. Recipe. 3 egg yolks, 125 grams of sugar, 4 sheets of gelatin, cumulus wheat beer, milk, cream, and lady fingers. Whisk the egg yolks and sugar until light and fluffy. Okay, that's what it looks like. I have no idea. No idea what that is. But they've got like 3 things. I think we can probably figure out coleslaw. We don't need that. Obazada with Fligerquell. I don't know. You need 3 cream cheese, and that's what that is. Okay, this looks really cool. So they've actually got some things you could try as well. So anyway, I learned about this a long time ago and always thought it was really pretty cool. And the brewery is actually out at the airport too, so they make the beer there. Oh, that's nice. Started in September of 1999. So September of 1999 is when this has been there. It's an Italian dessert. Nikki said that was an Italian dessert. 3 hours of free parking with the purchase or consumption of 20 euros. 5 hours of free parking at events. So anyway, Airbrow Brewery, if you're out at Munich Airport, send pictures and tell me if the food's really good. But yeah, that's where that mug came from. 397 miles from Mexico City. Hey, look at that. It finally cleared up and down the coast. So Nikki said that was a delicious Italian dessert. I have 2 other menus that I've collected, just for flight simming around and stuff. The other one is there is another little brewer. I don't know if they make their own beer there, but there's a little pub thing, and it's at Manchester. Usually the lady fingers are going to be soaked in coffee, so you're going to have that with like a really good coffee. They've got the 4x4 burger. So it's kind of hard to see, but the 4x4 burger is right here. 4 4-ounce burgers with cheese, sauce, lettuce, and tomato. Well, maybe not lettuce right now. So, I mean, my God, look at that. 4 of them. I'm sorry. Is your heart starting to go eek as well, too? But this is the thing that if you're out there at the airport at Manchester, it's at the north end of the runway. Airport loaded fries. I'm told that it's a little bit pricey, and we've had a few folks that have gone there that didn't necessarily think it was the best. And then also somebody sent me this menu. This is the Austrian Airlines in-flight menu. So this is what you can get on Austrian Airlines. So all sorts of culinary journeys. I'm sure that they look better in the pictures than elsewhere, but this is what we do on the spy flight when it gets boring. We look at menus. Andy, that guy, welcome aboard. You should get some Miami flights going. Staff looks really good right now. Well, I was going to do the Mexico City event on VATSIM, but unfortunately my planning ahead skills didn't work too well because we're landing an hour before the event starts. So I totally screwed that up. But we were already here, so we were flying. In Gunslinger Center City, they will open an Italian restaurant, but the surname is Pierre. But yeah, Andy, I just, we were going to go and try the Mexico event, and I didn't handle it at all too well. Where Nikki lives in Detroit, a good deal of cooks and restaurants, no matter what the cuisine. A Gunslinger Center in South Brazil, mostly in the city, Italian, so chicken, pizza, or fondue. That's actually really pretty good. Dead Game Time said, Spy Hat, we should do a Boeing hat. What do you call a dehydrated Pierre? I think I get that. Top of descent, 211 miles. So at the Italian, so Gunslinger Center, you're saying the Italian restaurants, it's chicken, pizza, or fondue? How's fuel for landing? 4.3. So if it's 4.3 for us, 2.9, we're in great. So we're in good shape there. And we're just sort of cruising down the coast here. And I'm still always amazed sometimes. We get up into cruise like this and have a few seconds to look out the window, and it's sort of like, okay, got the clouds on the horizon, the wingtip, and it's sort of like, wow, that looks really good. That looks really good out there. Clearly you want to book a seat on the right side of the airplane on this particular trip. Otherwise, all you're going to do is see, oh wow, there's water. Probably a bunch of oil rigs out there. I've had to turn the airplane sounds way down. The voice is about to give out. 199 miles to top of descent. Let's see what's ahead of us. Irish wheels, it does look really real. And yeah, the 2D cockpits in Microsoft 2024. Yeah. Then again, I mean, back in the day, that's all we had. That was our life. That was it. And back in the day, I thought I died and gone to heaven when it came to flight sims. It's like, wow, these are so cool. I know, Captain, sort of all the passengers on the left are crowding to the right. The captain's got to throw in, two or three clicks of aileron trim just to keep the airplane level. Up, got to reconnect to VATSIM. It's going to probably take a little longer to download Navigraph data for this. Takes about 2 minutes for the website to do that. So if we get the, well, nobody's there, we'll get the runways we want. So on the arrival, we have a little bit of a baby DME arc here, and at Octan, it's 12,500 feet. So we can dial that in. There's no ATC. Starting our preparations a little bit early, so we'll just kind of go. There's 12,500 feet. How we doing over here? And still quiet as it should be a couple hours before that. That's right, we need some passengers to volunteer to sit on the other side. So all the cranky passengers that get in the airplane and close the window shade, you need to go over on the other side. Captain sort of gave us a joke, but if everyone's on the right, there's no one left. Right? That was a joke, right? And minimums are 7566. I gotta crank that in. Big number. Oh, absolutely heavy weather. Absolutely. It's a very, very small number that's at the bottom of the artificial horizon, and I'm just holding down the right mouse key. There's 5,000, 6,000. All right, we're at 7.4. It's 7566. We're at 7573. 4320. All right, 7566. We've got our minimum set up. Ooh, postcard view. And we have to dial in our own ILS. The airplane makes you work. 109.1. Okay, that's good. 109.1. The inbound course is going to be 055 degrees. Got to pop that in. And so thing about a Boeing is, you know, it takes probably 2 extra button pushes to do the same thing it takes 1 button push in an Airbus, kind of on general, except for range rings. And range rings kick the fix button, and it's so freaking easy. So our landing runway is 05 right. So RW 05 right. Now we got to go into our charts and get the opposite direction of where we're landing. So over here it's 235 degrees. 235, that gets us an extended center line, and then /5 gets us a circle around the end of the runway, 5 miles. Now let's do /10, /25, and all of that looks good. Now we're going to have circles around the airport to tell us how close we are, and a line out the middle of the runway, so we're all set and ready to go. It's the only thing that's easier to do in a Boeing. Yeah, everything else in an Airbus is easier except
Subscriber
this.
confirmed. Top clearance
Heavy
granted.
Weather
Agent.
just did a nice
Loyalty
resub and has been
noted.
here for 46 months. Heavy Weather, thank you for a nice resub. Thanks for being here all this time, putting up with silly jokes and stuff. And thanks for helping me to keep my world afloat. Could not do this without you. About ready to come ashore, I think, for the last time here. Thanks, heavy weather. There's a little bit of wobbliness here. I've got seatbelts off. I don't think it's actual turbulence, but the airplane's a little wobbly. Just a little bit of a wobble here. Not bad. Okay, so we've got range rings around the runway. We've got ILS set up. We have the inbound course set up. We have minimums set up. The only other thing that we would do at this point is hit performance and do en route landing. So at this point, we would also select our reversers are operational. If there's anything non-normal about the flight, can't put the flaps down, no auto throttle, you'd put non-normals in there. There's the latest weather loaded, and right now we think it's dry in Mexico City, and calculate. And now we've got our speed. I usually do a flaps 30 landing, so the VREF for flaps 30 plus another 5 knots is 148 at our expected landing rate. So 148, and pop that in there. And back to VNAV, 134 miles to top of descent. We've got pretty much everything done about 30 miles before I usually start to do this. Hey, when you've got time on your hands, might as well use it. Because if something goes wrong, now we've got a bunch of stuff already done. See, we said auto brakes too. Might need speed brakes, so I'm not going to go and arm the speed brakes yet. We might need those. Tavarish Bird is back in chat on YouTube. Welcome back in. We are up relatively close to getting ready to start our descent. Might take a little bit of extra time here. And just kind of coming ashore, and we're going to start going inland into Mexico now. And really great views outside the airplane. Good to see you. Thank you for coming back on YouTube. Welcome on in. Starting to get a little more hazy, as it kind of seems to the further south we go. And visibility the last time we checked in Mexico City is only down to about 9 miles. But they kind of get these big afternoon thunderstorms and stuff that go by. And that can be kind of cranky too. This one's got a fairly nice little first class cabin here. And nice steerage with mood lighting. That's kind of nice. Don't know how much the mood lighting is going to make you feel better with your knees jammed up underneath your chin, but you know, every little bit helps, right? I'm starting to get a tad bit in need of a snack. Did they leave anything in the galley for us? No, as usual, they lock up all the food when we start walking around. Anybody need to go? Don't look. Jeez. Yep, gotta be sure you use the sync here. All right. Okay, you can look now. The toilet does flush. I have turned the airplane sound down quite a bit because my voice well, I know exactly why. The air quality's been really, really not so good the past 3 or 4 days. And it's like everything at this point, time of the year. We've got wildfire smoke and stuff all around us, and that tends to give me the smoky voice. So, if it's just too sexy for you, sorry about that. Tim Dog likes the Southwest Stellar Snacks Maui Monk pretzel braids. Okay, that's a mouthful. Southwest Stellar Snacks Maui Monk pretzel braids. Those sound pretty good. Hey, guess who's here? It's NASCAR from AirVenture. Remember a few weekends ago we did VATVenture and we took the Twin Otter into Oshkosh. NASCAR is at the real Oshkosh. Hi NASCAR, what's your favorite airplane? Have you had any really good food yet? I guess somebody said that the Southwest airplane had to take off and leave. So that was gone. Let's see. I also heard, I think it was Wolfie got a picture up in the captain's seat of the A350. So can't wait to see what's going. Yep. Okay. So what they did is they brought in the Medal of Honor A321. Okay. That was the Medal of Honor, the Delta or the American. So they've got that for the big jet there now. An A321's cool. Any airplane is cool. So there you go. I'm guessing you've probably seen some pretty good air shows and stuff. So that's got to be good. They bring in, so they switch out planes through the week. So they had the Southwest 250 4th of July airplane. There was also, I believe, Delta had the Olympic A350 for a while. And so now there's another one. And NASCAR says the air show last night was the best of them all. Mexico Center is up. Mexico Center's up. How about that? We have been beeped. So NASCAR, I'm sure you put a couple of photos up. Is there anything really cool? Delta's A350 and Southwest Independence one. Yeah, NASCAR has been out there and having a blast. 126.6. And my guess is it's the Experimental Experimental Aircraft Association's their annual big party at Oshkosh. Have you? Did they let you go out onto the runway and take a selfie by one of the green dots? Guess you'd have to have a pretty long selfie stick. I'm just waiting to make sure I hear. Oh, we got an ATIS. Runway 5 in use. ILS approach runway 5 right. Good. That's what we're expecting. Okay, everything looks good. I don't hear anybody talking. 126.6. 126.6. Hopefully, if you that's right. If you tell them you're a spy, they're either going to give you whatever you want or call the police. It's just kind of the way it is for spies. Mexico Control, very good evening. Aero Mexico 441 is a 737 MAX, almost overhead sealer at flight level 380.
America 441, hello, contact, maintain flight level 380.
Maintain flight level 380, Aero Mexico 441, thanks.
Mexico, good evening.
How are you surviving? This is mostly an outdoor event. Are you surviving the heat wave and all? And how's is the smoke causing a problem in that area? What's the plan for Saturday? The plan for Saturday is, so far, we've got Luxembourg to Toulouse. That's a couple of tower controllers are testing. So one starts an hour earlier in Luxembourg, and then we'll make it into Toulouse for 2 tower controllers. Then there's this VATSIM event called the Texas Wheel of Fortune, and that Wheel of Fortune's mostly for the controllers. So that's kind of what the plan is for Saturday. And NASCAR says it feels really good there, so it's not too hot and stuff.
Good evening.
That's really great to know. I was a little worried because there's several spies that are out there right now in there, and it's been pretty hot in some parts of the U.S. Okay, we're also under ATC control, and they told us to maintain flight level 380, so I'm now no longer cleared to descend. So we need to put the altitude back to flight level 380. Otherwise, it would have started descending on its own, and that's not good. 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy moly, that's a really nice temperature. That's sort of like really pleasant. SoCal, I thought I saw for Friday. Oh, I think he asked about Saturday, right? And I said Friday. Yeah, he said Saturday. That was Friday. IE SoCal, you're right. Saturday, there's a VATSIM event in Miami, and that's pretty much what I have at the moment.
Heavy, squad 2214.
So there's a VATSIM event in Miami. You're going to be too tired on Friday? Yeah, you're going to need a rest for sure. I mean, you know, especially for VATSIM events and stuff like that. Thank you for checking me on that, IE SoCal. Thank you. Yep, I completely got the wrong one. Last night was one of those nights where, you know how you don't sleep well? Every now and then you got one of those, so. NASCAR is going to do Atlanta to Miami.
For land, save my number.
I think that sounds like you know, that's a route that you know, and because it's a route, you'd be fine. Uh-oh. Was that me?
Mexico 441, save my number.
Aero Mexico 441, we are at Mach 0.79. It was.
Mexico 441, reduced to Mach 0.77, please.
Mach 0.77 now for Aero Mexico 441. Mach 0.77. We just got
418 heavy, but ready to send VI 3 Alpha to 18,000 KIAH.
Tim Dog wants to go to Air Venture someday. I would think that that's something that you could put on your list of places to go, Tim Dog. You've been to some other things.
Down at 18,000 on the Iniga 3 Alpha.
NASCAR is having fun at Air Venture, but you're ready to get back to your flight simulator? Kind of missing it.
For when ready to send VI 3 Alpha to 18,000 KIAH 3022, expect the Yankee runway 25 right approach.
Expecting the ILS Yankee runway, I think it was 05 right approach. When ready, descend Inaga 3 Alpha to flight level 180 and 3022 on the altimeter for Aero Mexico 441.
All right.
And 18. So 18,000. You know, I can kind of understand it. It's probably also, I don't know, but it's probably, there's a lot of people there. There's a lot of airplanes. There's a lot of energy there. And if you're not used to something like that, plus, you know, the simmers, we come in and, you know, we don't have a plane out there and the tents and stuff like that. And that's for a lot of real pilots and stuff. So you kind of do start missing your flight sim. Jimmy Boy, there's VATSIM air shows happening on Saturday. I didn't see that. Where did you see that, Jimmy Boy? Well, yeah, there is an awful lot of walking around there too. A lot of it. A lot more than you're probably used to, so. All right, 20 miles to top of descent. We are all prepared for runway 05 right. There is a air show at CYXX. Did you see that on the VATSIM events page? Abbotsville Virtual Air Show. The show may be over, but the after party is just beginning. The Vancouver will be providing staffing for performers and spectators looking to part CYXX for 1 hour after the end of the air show. And the virtual air show is here. Virtual Skies this July as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of VATSIM. Really? It's the 25th anniversary. Experience the best. All times are estimates. Let's see. It looks like they put together a really big deal. NASCAR walked 20,000 steps today. Well, you're a step ahead of the rest of us. Sorry, couldn't resist. Abbotsville Virtual Air Show, world's largest virtual air show. They have a teaser trailer. So it looks like they've got a Discord that they're putting up a lot of information on this. I'll keep my eyes open on that one. And look for the times and stuff. That might be kind of fun for us to go and check out. I think what you do is you basically get your airplane, there's a place to park, and you sign on to VATSIM, and you sit at your airplane and watch the show, right? Friday night ops is between Calgary and Toronto. We'll probably do that. We're pretty good about doing FNOs and stuff. And that'll be really good, especially if there's somebody that's new to VATSIM.
Welcome to the 5 on approach for visual runway 3.
Local to fire runway 29 left. Wind calm, clear to 1.
Clear to 1, welcome to the 5.
I think we're really all set and ready. We were ready 100 miles ago. 100 miles ago, so we're ready to go with that. 35,000 feet, we stop at 18,000 feet. On NASCAR, we took a MD11 today, and we landed at Gibraltar, and then we took off from Gibraltar and went to Casablanca in the MD11. It was a fun day. .3022 for the altimeter. And we had pretty good landings. We all had pretty good landings. 3022. Altimeters are all set and ready to go. Tim Dog, you would rather watch the stream than having your sim running to watch it? I don't know. I don't know what it would be like. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to watch if they've got a stream and stuff. I don't know if it would be cool, if you'd see a good air show sitting on the ground or not. I would assume that they're going to probably have a frequency. So you sit in your airplane, you power it up, you have your radio on, so that you can listen in, and their, announcers are going to come over probably a special frequency, and you can watch from there. I don't know. I've never really experienced something like that. It's kind of a cool idea. The sim uses more power. Hang on, I was going to do seat belts a little early. Sim uses more power, more heat. And you have to manually control your camera as opposed to watching what you're going to see on the live stream. That would look better. Remember earlier I was carrying on and on and on about range rings and stuff? Well, there's the 25-mile range ring, the 10, and the 5. And there's our arrival. So the range rings are all set and ready to go. Kind of gives us an idea. Says, hey, you're 25 miles from the airport. Better think about landing. Hey, you're 5 miles from the runway. It's getting serious now. So Boeing, always update the heading, even if the autopilot's got it. If the autopilot fails. So if there was an air show in the wintertime, Tim Dog, I would be more interested in sitting in my sim, because even though it's warmer, it would put out some heat and make the apartment warm. Today, you only start the sim when you've got to. On the other hand, not sure that in the end it's best for the computer to just sit there and put on a show like that, especially if you could just go and watch it on a YouTube stream. I'm not sure. Never experienced that. Maybe it's something special. Now, remember over in the multiplayer days, there was a team, and they were mostly a team over on DCS World, and they did, air shows. They did precision flying. They would also fly into several live streams every now and then. You're just flying along, chugging along, enjoying your jet flight, and you look, oh, wow, look at that. There's all these other airplanes here. And that was quite nice. I don't know whatever happened. Yeah, the Shadow Display team, that was it. Tim Dog remembers, soda's excessively salty. Yep, that's them. I saw a couple of the things that they did in DCS World, and it was pretty impressive. I think DCS is a little more precision than Microsoft Flight Simulator, and they looked really good. They really did. Going to Terminal 2, stand 60. Terminal 2. So that's the one on the south side. The real flight's going into stand gate 64. So we would be coming in, we're on the 5 right, so we could exit at Delta 1 and Delta Echo Papa Hotel Inn, maybe something like that. NASCAR, does the Miami event start early? It might. I've noticed a few VATSIM events are starting a touch earlier. Let's see. That one's not the easiest to sort out. That's Saturday. No, maybe I did need to go to the VAT USA website. So 1600 to 2100.
480 hello, left direct, descend to 1.
I'd better pay attention. I think you're probably right about that. So maybe I'll move the Miami event on Saturday. 1600 to 1221? Yeah, we need to. I will move the Miami event up to the top. That'll be our first flight on Saturday, is something in Miami. Got it. Thank you for doing that. I was having a terrible time with those. Seatbelts are on, 25,000 feet.
Local 35.
Thanks for doing the math on the event, Tim Dog.
Right and taxi expression. Motion 29er right and taxi on discretion. Okay.
Not a bad little descent. I don't know if we're going to need speed brakes or not. Let's go ahead and arm them. That way we won't forget. I think we were looking, maybe it was Santa Lucia, maybe? I don't know if we were actually seeing Mexico City. Could be. There was a little baby airport maybe down here. Just don't use the speed brakes while still in midair. It won't go well. No. Well, it depends. If it's a typical spy landing, then yes. It wouldn't. If we're high and fast, then we need them. And everything looks good there. Heading bug straight up. Do storks go to the baby airport? They've got to have their own special airports, right? Because we never see the storks doing their stork thing. Fuel's 4.7. We're going to have 4.4 to land. We're in great shape.
Mexico 441, left direct out, please descend via the arrival to 12500.
Descend via the arrival now, 12,500 for Aeromexico 441.
Mexico 441, left direct out, please.
Left turn direct to Almas for Aeromexico 441. FS Syndicate. I know. I think people, that's what we're hearing, FS Syndicate, that we'll have the A220 next week. Definitely that airplane so anticipated. It just seems like that's one that everybody's excited about. I know I am.
Viva 903 when ready to
So really am looking forward to that airplane. I think it's going to be a nice one. I think it's going to be really involved. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff to learn about it. Plus what's neat is airlines are using that airplane right now all over the world. So we're going to be able to, you know, have some real world flights. Breeze in the US. I know there's several airlines in the EU that are using it. I think they're also starting to use it going into places like London City Airport. And we're direct now to Almas. Got a nice little shortcut here. Got a speed reduction to 210 knots. I got speed brakes out, so, you know, they're all the way out here. And looks really nice. Usually when we come in here, it's really kind of hazy. Visibility's great today. It must be a little bit breezier than usual here in Mexico City, because it looks really nice today. And bring that heading bug around there for Almas. Everything else is set, right? Auto brakes, speed brakes. We've computed our speeds. We just have to fly the approach. Nothing is unusual. And it's trying to reduce the speed anyway so that we can hit. We're supposed to be at 210 at Almas. Mr. 8th just hit follow on YouTube, on Twitch. Hey, Mr. 8th, thank you for the follow. And Bailey's back with a nice resub.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Agent Bailey, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 44 months. Wow, that's a lot of months. Thank you for coming in, helping me to keep my...
441, clear ILS Yankee, runway 05 right approach.
Clear for the ILS Yankee, runway 05 right approach for Aeromexico 441. Thanks.
United 418 heavy turning final route service terminated, runway 05 right, wind 0 to 0 degrees, and knots gust 20, clear to land.
Okay, there's 210, speed
landing,
brakes
14.
away. Flaps 1. On the Yankee, it's pretty much the same deal. 8-9, let's let it continue to manage it down to 8-9 for us. Airplane's handling the descent just fine so far. I think we're supposed to be at 210. Octane maximum 210 knots. 185 on the turn to final though. So our descent's still pretty good. And was it 210 at Uckton? Yep, it was. Cool. Okay, let's see. There is an airport over there somewhere. Man, I'm not used to being able to look out the windows and see it from here. I think it's on the other side of those little hills. It's on the other side of those hills. All right, continuous restart. Lights. Cabin call. Looking good. 180 for our turn to final. And with some flaps out, it's probably doing really good. So let's go to, we're already at flaps 5. Flaps 10. Lewis is back in chat. Flew the A350 today and almost crashed in a fog with Autoland. Really? And almost couldn't turn the last turn. Had to go around and reduce speed. Max, thank you for coming in on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Just getting ready to come on into Mexico City. Wheels. We love wheels. That way we don't have to pay extra for a new paint job. Gears out. So Lewis, it was just a bad weather day, or was there just trouble with the A350? Like WASM stuff or something? I know I have that. Oh, wow, look at all the stuff that we get to see in Mexico City that we don't normally get to see. We will avoid tail strikes. I mean, we never get to see this coming in here. Look at all that.
Mexico 441, turning finally, service draw, service terminated. Runway 05 right, green 020 degrees, 10 knots, gust 20, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 05 right for Aeromexico 441. Thank you. All right, 10,000 feet, looking good. I got glide slope and localizer. We are a touch high. So it's a little bit on the high side right now. Oh well.
United 418, exit left when able.
Any predictions? You know what? It looks like an absolutely outstanding airplane. It really does.
5 left on Echo.
I don't know. I would wonder a $70 airplane.
Cross 5 left, Bravo 9, Bravo to the gate. United 14 Heavy. How it going?
Irvi says the estimates out there are $60 to $70. I would say probably at least. I would say very probably. Okay, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. For landing, it's going to be 148. It'll be 4 cups of coffee. 4 cups of coffee. We are on the right side. I got the airport. I got the runway. 148 on the speed. And flaps 30. Flaps are rolling out. Airplane's slowing down. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. And we caught up to the glide slope, so I can use that for a visual indicator. It is a little bit gusty. Winds are from the left, blowing us to the right. Landing lights are already on. I got that around 10,000 feet, F1 driver. Thanks for the reminder, though. Irby says if it's more than 70, you probably won't bother.
Mexico Control Emirates 212 at stand 18 with information Bravo, request IFR clearance to Dubai as filed.
Dubai, oh my gosh, somebody's getting ready to do a monster long haul.
To Dubai via England, over Tango 140, then a 5. Land via England 12 for departure to flight level 310, runway 05 right, squad 4233.
400. 300.
Emirates 212, we are cleared to Dubai via England Upper Tango 140.
Landing.
Then as filed. Found via the England 2 Alpha, departure to flight level 310.
Happy lights are kind of useless.
Departure via 05 right and squawk 4233.
40.
Emirates 212, read back correct, advise for push start.
20. 10. 5.
Reverse. Green. Welcome to Mexico City. Minus 197. We made it. And we'll put the buttons away and turn off the auto brakes. Speed brakes are down, flaps are up. We're all cleaned up nicely. Mexico City Center, Aeromexico 441 is clear from runway 05 right. Parking tonight is Terminal 2, about 64.
441 Roger, continue taxi via Delta, Alpha 5, Papa Hotel, Lima to the gate.
Delta Alpha 5 Lima, and we're going to go to the gate down at Terminal 2 for Papa Hotel. Was that it for Aeromexico 441? I'm sorry.
Taxi to discretion, no problem. Welcome to Mexico City.
So nice to be in Mexico City. Thanks for some early ATC. I know the event begins in about an hour.
Alright, we got 10903, right direct for.
So let's just do Delta Alpha 5? Where's Alpha 5? There's Alpha 4. Where's Alpha 5? Oh, there's Alpha 5. Delta Alpha 5. We'll just do it that way. And I think this is where we come in there. Lexi and Emma from Lubbock are on board. Hey, Lexi. Hi, Emma. Welcome aboard. You'll need to keep your seatbelts on for just a little bit longer while we're doing our taxi on in. Thank you for coming by today. Had a nice landing rate, -197. So that's pretty good. And then we're going to continue over here to Delta. So we'll kind of come around here. First flight tomorrow is controller exams. And the controller exam starts at for the tower at Luxembourg. And then an hour later, there's going to be a tower controller at Toulouse. So we'll fly out of a tower controller area into a tower controller. And those ATC people are taking a test. So we'll be on our best behavior. I've got an Air France A320 for that flight. Probably should avoid taking a Boeing into Toulouse. The Airbus police might stop us for questioning. And there's our nice little 737 MAX looking pretty good.
About 10903, right direct for uniform Romeo November or Cartier.
And then we come back out here to Delta.
Right direct now,
Let's also start the APU. APU coming on up.
Mexico Control, MH212, request pushback and startup.
Aircraft calling second.
MH212, request pushback and startup.
Ooh, United's got a big hangar down here.
212, pushback approved, advise and ready for taxi.
And then there's a big Aero Mexico cargo here. And that's Sky Team cargo. I didn't know they had one of those. All right, next thing to look for is Alpha 5. That is going to be the next available. That's the next available left. And we kind of bear on in, and that takes us into this terminal on the south side of the airport. I'm guessing Terminal 1 is domestic. Terminal 2 is going to be international arrivals and departures and stuff. And there it is right over there. Probably should slow it down. We were almost at 30 knots. 30 knots is a little bit speedy. And then our gate is actually off to the right in the middle and second from the end, I believe. Gates. And make a turn. There's another Aero Mexico. Somebody just getting ready to go. Speed brake. Let's see. Speed brake is down. Toe brakes, a little bit, especially as we're coming speeding on into the gate here. When we were speeding in there, that was pretty good. Okay, looking pretty good. Our gate is going to be 64. So second from the end off to our right. Got it. And we made it. Next time we come to Mexico, I've got to look at the time a little more carefully. Second from the end. I don't know if GSX is going to be able to give us any kind of parking help or not. All right, so let's see. Gate 61 suitable gates. Gate 4. We're going to gate 64. Do we have a gate 64? Hey, we do have a gate 64. Let's just do that one. Oh my gosh, it looks like we're going to get some guidance going in. Hawk Driver said that United parks at Terminal 1. So not necessarily then. Maybe Terminal 2 is all Aeromexico and Terminal 1 is everybody else? As opposed to that, maybe? I'm thinking. So this would be the exclusive Aeromexico terminal then. Okay, landing light, nose light off. Don't want to blind the ground crew, because that's considered rude. This, I think, was probably a freeware airport. And just kind of inching on in here. Okay, we got a ground. Oh, he wants to look at him, chicken. Look at him. He's cowards hiding behind there. Are you afraid I'm gonna run you over? Jeez. Big chickens. We're not gonna. I haven't run over a single ground person ever in flight sim. Probably bumped into a couple of trucks and stuff like that, but haven't done anything else. Let's get the APU set up so we keep the passengers comfy. And engine number 1, engine number 2, and we should stop squawking. So standby and standby. We only need 1 fuel pump, and we're done with the electric hydraulic pumps. APU is up and running, so we're keeping the airplane cool, and we don't need the heaters, and we can turn off the navigation stuff. And by now the engines have spooled down enough that we can go and do anti-collision lights off, and we can do seat belts off, and we can come up to GSX and request deboarding. And everybody's going to come out and deboard the airplane. So we made it, except for the coward that was hiding behind the big concrete pillar as the big airplane was coming out to get him. I'm sure it was just, that's where it belonged, but it was funny. Okay, you do have to come in here. The only thing you have to do is you do need to do a few things in ground services yourself. Put some wheel chocks out. That's a good idea. Request ground power if you'd like that. So you'll need to do those. Then you can come on over to the doors. It will automatically disarm your doors. And that's really about it. You should also go and turn on the ground power and just use the APU as your, air conditioning. They are starting to model the big air conditioning tubes at some airports, and I think they're starting to work. So what we would then do is, once they plugged in air conditioning from the shore side and plug it in under the airplane, then you turn off the APU and save fuel and just get AC and power and stuff from the terminal. I know, no wonder they wear yellow. A United has pulled in over here. Hi, United. Welcome on in. But I'd say we made it. Nobody was hurt. Let's see. Our landing rate was particularly good. I was really going for the touchdown point, which is the most important thing to do. And I probably, how did we do on that? And that was the goal. The goal was to put it in between the two big white bars, and that was it. And we had minus 197, 1.1 Gs. That's actually a really good landing. So, you know, I pat myself on the head for that one. The big thing I'm trying to do these days is go for the touchdown point. That's the most important part. Put the wheels on the ground at that particular spot. Hawk Driver, you're in the United. You came in the United there. Very cool. Captain Minnesota, the air quality here has been kind of bad, and I left the airplane turned up a little bit too much today, the audio level, so I've used my voice a little bit too bad. It's a little cranky right now, which happens. But I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We do have a couple of nice flights, I hope. First of all, we're doing that test I was telling you about, Luxembourg to Toulouse. So Luxembourg to Toulouse, and that's going to be on VATSIM. There's also the Texas Wheel of Fortune, and basically it's going to be all over Texas. So we could start off in CRJs, and we could do CRJs to out of like Corpus Christi, Texas, and maybe go up to Dallas and then back down to Austin or something. So that might be nice. And that's what we've got for the moment. Should be nice. Oh, look at this. We've actually can see people. We can actually see the people walking down the jetway here. So we come on down into here and push it forward a little bit. Up. Well, didn't do a very good job of that, did I? Yeah, there they are. So they're actually walking down the jetway pretty good. So, you know, we're actually getting passengers walking down the jetway and not have their feet hanging out of the bottom of the jetway. Things keep getting better and better in flight sim, aren't they? Really, really nice. Thank you for being here. There were some nice gift subs today. I really do appreciate the extra support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Really appreciate you, you know, the support and helping me to keep my silly little show going. It's so much fun. I really like getting to spend time with you like this. It's a great time for sure. I was going to look and see who is flying. Nightwolf is going into the new Chicago O'Hare. Conti is doing a Black Square Commander preview on Pilot Edge going to Monterey. I think that was something that I think Sunjammer was flying a little bit later on. So let's go see the new Black Square Commander. It looks like it's a good little airplane, so that might be fun too. So we'll set up a raid there, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. If you are on YouTube and you're a channel member, I will have a video, the pre-flight video for you first thing in the morning. That'll have weather for pretty much the day, but also a look at some of the airports and stuff that we're going to, with a rundown on that first flight from Luxembourg to Toulouse. That's also going to be over for you on Patreon if you're still with me on Patreon. Hawk Driver, thank you for some extra cheers as we're wrapping things up. Hey, you know what? Voice wasn't too good. Started to have a little energy drain at the end, but thanks for sticking with me. I'm really grateful to get to see you and get to hang out and see what's going on. Nightwolf just raided us. Nightwolf, thank you for coming in. We're just about ready to raid Conti. So Nightwolf, thank you for coming in, and I appreciate you stopping by. And I'll see you in the Friendly Sim Skies tomorrow. Our departure time is, of course, the usual time, 1800 Zulu. But before this thing completely gives out, thank you for being such great flight sim friends. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. But I better cut it there and stop rambling. 1800 Zulu's departure time. In the meantime, as always, please, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the Friendly Sim Skies. And cheers.